And good morning and welcome. It's December 20th, 2024. This is the final regular meeting for Clearwater County, officially, as we start 2025 as a new municipality, but anyways. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act 41. So with that, I'll call the meeting to order at 9:01. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Moving on to 3.1 is the adoption of the minutes of the regular meeting, council meeting on December 10th. Any errors or omissions on those minutes? If not, looking for a motion. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. All those in favor? And that motion's carried as well. Thank you. Now we're into section 4, which is the public hearing section. And item 4.1 is for bylaw 1213/24, the application number 25/24 to amend the land use bylaw. And I will call this hearing to order at 9:02. I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have that opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. Before we turn it over for the background report, let's start with a quick round of introductions. Go ahead.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Councillor for Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, for the Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Morning, Gus. Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning. Kim Gillum, I'm the manager.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'm kind of hard to hear.
No worries.
So, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. So Casper, also known as Gus Valstar, currently holds title to the Northwest 184107, west of the 5th, containing 137.27 acres. The subject land is located approximately 15 kilometers northwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House and is severed by the Buster Creek Road, as you can see in the picture here. The purpose of the application is to redesignate 8.36 acres from the agriculture district to the CRA district. The subject land is described by the applicant as relatively flat land with a cluster of trees throughout the central portion of the quarter. The proposed parcel can be described as relatively bare land. Access has been achieved off of Range Road 7-5, adjacent to the east property boundary. The proposed parcel is developed with the residents and existing services, and at this time the proposed parcel is in compliance with Clearwater County's land use bylaw. The balance of the quarter section would remain under its present designation, being the agriculture district. There's a first parcel out in the northwest portion of the quarter section. There's a homestead in the southern portion of the quarter section that will remain on the balance of the quarter. The applicant intends to subdivide the proposed CRA parcel pending the outcome of the land use amendment. So I've included a variety of standard policies for subdivision and development. Or Dawson has, I guess I'm presenting on his behalf. Pretty standard stuff for policies for 10.2.1 that in the quarter section designated ag, there's a maximum number of titles allowed will be 2, but then 10.2.2 says notwithstanding, Clearwater County may approve one additional subdivision in a quarter section for residential or non-residential use, subject to the proposed parcel being redesignated. So that is why we are here today. Okay. So policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of developed yard site separated from the balance of the quarter section by Buster Creek Road, a developed county maintained road. Policy 10.2.4B allows for a larger parcel fragmented from the remainder of the quarter section by a registered public road plan. Administration reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and does not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact any operations in the area, as it is an existing yard site. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title, second parcel out of the quarter section, which aligns with MDP policy 10.2.2. So at the regular council meeting held on November 26, 2024, council gave first reading to Bylaw 12-1324. As required by legislation, today, notice that today's public hearing was advertised in the newspapers and on Clearwater County's website, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings.
Thank you.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any questions at this time for the development officer? Seeing none. Have there been any comments received from referral agencies?
Yes, we received a few. So the Municipal Planning Commission, this went to MPC, and they recommend that council favorably consider second and third reading of the bylaw, given that it's separated by Buster Creek Road. Clearwater County Assessment. The Assessment Department would like to advise that the applicant, that the assessment of the subdivision will change from residential and farmland to only residential with land improvements once subdivided. Blue Mountain Power Incorporated as Rocky REA will require a utility right-of-way for the proposed subdivision and land use amendment. Fortis, please be advised, Fortis has no concerns. Telus has no concerns as well. Alberta Health Services sent us a comment just recently, and the application for a second parcel subdivision with existing dwelling has been received by their office, and they are satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to the public. And then they just have their standard conditions for setbacks. And then no other comments were received from other agencies.
Okay, thank you. I will now invite, excuse me, the applicant, Mr. Valsar. Do you wish to speak to your proposal or add any other comments to support your request and respond to any of the comments?
What was that?
I said, would you like to speak?
No.
To your proposal? No? You're fine with what's been presented?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'd like to invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application to come forward. Moving on, I see none here. Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions in favor of this request?
None were received.
Thank you. I'll now like to invite any comments from members of public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Again, seeing none. Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
None, no comments were received.
Very good. And before we conclude, again, I'll just look over to Mr. Valsar. Were there any final remarks that you'd like to say at this time?
No, all I want is subdivided, that's all.
Okay, very good. So with that, I'll close the hearing at 9:10 and no motions made at this time. So then moving on to item, let's see, it's item 5.2 under bylaws. It's consideration of second and third readings of this bylaw, and I'll turn it again over to Ms. Gillum.
So yeah, the purpose of bylaw 12-1324 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 8.36 acres within the Northwest 1841-07 from the agriculture district to the CRA district. And of course, everything was just recently presented to you regarding this application. So we're just asking that council consider second and third reading of the redesignation for that parcel to be further subdivided.
Very good, thank you. So at this time, we've just concluded our public hearing. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion for second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
This seems a very straightforward question, that it's definitely an isolated parcel by the road. So I will happily make the motion that council grant second reading to bylaw 1213/24.
Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions on second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried unanimously. Now looking for a motion for third reading. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
We'll make the motion for third reading on bylaw 1213-24.
Thank you. Any other final comments or questions? Councillor Northcott?
Just the reason why I'll support this is I think it's a smaller parcel, and I think it meets the true intent of what fragmentation was sort of intended for. So it is a small parcel, and it is fragmented by the Bust Creek Road. So that's why I'll support it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question for third reading. All those in favor? And again, that motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis here.
So we're about 2 minutes ahead of our next public hearing, but looking across the room, should we break for a few minutes to allow for, I'm not sure if the applicant will be attending or
Yeah,
not.
he's supposed to be here, but
Okay, would you like to take a 5-minute break? We
maybe
can.
I'll try to call
Okay,
him.
we will take a 5-minute break. All right, and welcome back. We are at item 4.2, the public hearing for bylaw 1208/24, application 21/24 to amend the land use bylaw. So I will call the public hearing to order at 9:19. Now I'll outline the process to be used. Every person present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or on silent. It's all great, it's all great. And breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. So first, the development officer will explain the background of the application, then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be read out. Anyone present who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So before we turn it over to for the background report, we'll just take a quick moment to do some introductions again. Go ahead.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Counselor for Division 3.
Welcome, great to see you again, Jenny Melhoff, the counselor for Division 1 and the deputy reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve in Division 7, Councillor.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5. It's usually me who forgets to turn the phone off.
Good morning, Brian Zermatt, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
And good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Morning.
Awesome. So now I would like to ask Ms. Gillum to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to do this on behalf of Holly today. So Mr. Loomis is currently holds title to Plan 0220827, Block 1, Lot 1, which is in the northeast 3636 of 6. A 7.19 acre residential parcel. This parcel is situated in the north central portion of the quarter section. The subject land is located approximately 3 miles north of the village of Caroline and a half of a mile east of the Caroline North Road along Township Road 370. The application before council today is to redesignate the parcel in its entirety to the light industrial district. The application came about due to the development permit inquiry to construct an additional shop associated with an approved oil field business operating from the land. Mateo Oilfield Services specializes in vacuum and steam truck services. Development approval was granted for a tradesperson's business in 2009 by the Municipal Planning Commission with limitations to the number of outside employees and commercial vehicles permitted on the site. The business has been operating from the land for the past 22 years. The land currently contains a residence, 2 shops, 3 storage sheds, and a CCAN. Access exists off Township Road 37-0, adjacent to the north property boundary. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural with minimal residential parcels in the area. However, the closest residential parcel adjoins the land to the west. Range Road 6-0 lies adjacent to the east property boundary of the quarter section, which comes to a dead end at the southeast corner. So I've included, or Holly's again included a variety of policies, including information regarding parcels within business parks, home-based businesses, and then the policies regarding redesignation. So for policy consideration, the proposal would allow an existing tradesperson's business to expand operations at their current location, which is encouraging Clearwater County's MDP. Mateo Oilfield Services was operated from their current location for the past 22 years with no complaints noted on file. A development inquiry for the construction of additional shop associated with the business prompted the land use amendment request. With the additional shop, the business use can no longer be considered secondary in nature to the residential site. Council should consider the scale, density, and site suitability for the business at this location when making their decision. The proposal would be considered an isolated LI parcel outside a business park, which is permitted at council's discretion. The purpose of the LI district is to accommodate small to medium-scale businesses. The proposal complies with the use and size requirements outlined in the LI district. The site also has suitable access and is within half a mile of a paved municipal road. Should the land use amendment be successful, the applicant intends to obtain development approval for the additional shop associated with the business. And that's it for my presentation at this time.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions for the development officer at this time? Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. It's my understanding that this particular business doesn't have any complaints on file. They've been good partners with the community and stewards of the community. Is that true?
As far as we, yes, that they've had, and we've done some site inspections and took MPC out there, and the site is kept very neat. There's not a lot outside, and that's the other reason why Mr. Loomis wants to construct another shop to be able to contain additional trucks inside and keep them protected from the elements, but also it keeps the site neat as well.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Absolutely.
What is the projected increase in truck traffic?
I'd have to let Mr. Loomis.
Projected increase in truck traffic very substantial. I'm guessing probably between 15 and 20% maximum. Because when the shop is gonna be built there, I'll probably get one more truck, but it was mainly built for trailers, stiff pull pups that'll be in there, and there'll be one other truck in there, and that's about it. And right now I've got 3 vacuum trucks and 1 steamer. So I mean, we're looking at the very most, another truck.
Thank you.
Councillor Northcott.
Just, I don't want to know the exact number of taxes, but maybe staff might be able to tell me what would be is there a percentile increase in property taxes, or would the property taxes stay status quo, or how does that whole process work when you rezone from, to light industrial?
Yeah, I suspect there will be a slight increase. It'd be best if assessment answered that question, but because there's already industrial use on the property, regardless of the zoning, they would be already taxed for the business on the property. I'm not sure if the rezoning of the entirety of the property may slightly affect the taxes. The construction of the building would likely affect it more, like the additional shop, than the actual rezoning itself.
Okay, no, I was just wondering if it was a 5% or 10% or a...
Yeah, unfortunately, I
20%.
can't answer that question.
Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yes, so Ms. Gillum is correct. The use is already being taxed likely as non-residential. So there would be no change that way. However, the additional building structure would be also taxed as non-residential. So whatever that assessment increase is, that's the increase of the tax for that property. But the actual change of zoning doesn't affect property tax.
Okay, that was thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for the development officer? Seeing none, Ms. Gilmore, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I do have another question.
Yep.
For this, with such a minor, it doesn't sound like there's a substantial increase in change of the business, the 1 additional truck. I was just wondering, could the development permit not have been just amended, the development permit to allow for that minor change, or why go through the process of rezoning to light industrial?
I think basically, when we look at the scope of the original permit and the idea of a tradesperson's business, initially it's generally intended to be like a smaller type business with maybe 1 shop on there, and you may have 1 employee or a couple employees of that nature, based on the descriptions in the land use bylaw. But now we've gotten to a point where he has 2 shops and he would like a 3rd. So the majority of the property, or the intent of the property, is kind of leaning more towards the industrial side of things than the residential side of things. And he has a few employees. So we felt that the zoning more appropriately fit under a light industrial use, given that a large portion of the property is used that way.
So when it's rezoned to light industrial, then it would open up the opportunity for what other businesses would be permitted uses there in the future?
I'm not sure if I'll include it.
And how many trucks would be there? Like how many, if somebody else was to buy that property in the future, what would be the limit on, if somebody else was to buy that you know, just for hypothetically speaking, if somebody was to buy the business and they wanted to expand the business even farther, what would be the limit on vehicle traffic and trucks?
It would
After
really
it's-
depend on the permit that was approved on the property. With the light industrial district, everything is listed as discretionary. So any additional, growth of the business, including the shop and things like that, would require development approval, for expansion. But even if somebody was to purchase the property down the road and wanted to develop on it, there's a variety of uses, in there, such as like an auction, mart, a farm implement dealership, an industrial, agriculture fabrication, concrete plant, work camp, but all of those things are listed as discretionary, so it would be up to the municipal planning commission at that time with the application whether they thought that was an appropriate location regardless of the zoning for that use. And it being discretionary, there's no requirement for them to approve those uses within that property.
Okay, sorry for
Yeah,
being so.
no, that's
Just
what
trying
we're
to
here
get this
for.
clear in my head. So if it was rezoned to light industrial, for any future expansions, even though it's been, if it was to be rezoned, they would still require development approval in the future, even if it's rezoned,
Correct.
right? So for the small, for the small expansion of the business, why can't you use that opportunity just to have development approval or amend the current development permit?
We have to look at the uses listed in the district, and right now it's zoned residential, and this is exceeding the uses within that district in the definition of what like that tradesperson type business within that zoning is. So he's going outside the uses listed in the CRA district, or it's exceeding the capacity of that residential designation.
Okay, it seems like even in the future, if it was to expand, it would be going outside of the, you know, it'd be going over.
But if
above.
it's rezoned, then it's under the appropriate zoning with different uses listed. That's the intent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No further lights. I'll now ask the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
Okay, so AHS responded and that they understand the proposal is to rezone the land to accommodate an additional structure associated with the business. And they just have, again, the standard setbacks for their, for water wells and septic and things like that. But they have no, they didn't list any concerns. Blue Mountain Power has no objection, and that they're the distribution wire service provider in the area. Assessment, if approved, the assessment department would like to advise applicants that the assessment of the proposal will change from residential to small business. Should already be small business though, but, yeah, that they would obviously do an assessment and adjust accordingly.
Considered light industrial rather than small business.
Likely, but they do their assessment and then, yeah, so. Public Works Infrastructure, no objection. The existing road access meets municipal standards and no construction or upgrades are required. Public Works Operations has no concerns. Their existing access again meets standards, and already has a rural address sign. Regional Fire has no issues with the application request. If the access or egress changes, Regional Fire will need to be advised. Also, if there are plans for any storage of hazardous chemicals and with flammable liquids, Regional Fire should be notified. Fortis Alberta, no concerns. And the Municipal Planning Commission reviewed they toured the proposal and reviewed on November 20th, 2024, and they recommend that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the 7.19 acre to light industrial. And they noted for the following reasons that LI is more appropriate use of the land as the business has grown. No complaints have been noted. Property is well kept with screening, and the owner is proactive to mitigate any issues. No negative impacts on the community and proximity to paved road. And then we had a comment from TELUS that they had no concerns. And then we didn't receive comments from any other agencies.
Thank you. Now it's the opportunity for Mr. Loomis, if you'd like to speak to the proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments at this time.
Just that I'd like to build this structure in the spring. It's a 36 by 80 shop that I want to just protect that.
Okay, thank you. I'd now like to invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing no one here. Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. I will now ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Again, seeing none. Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
No comments were received.
Okay, thank you. And now, at this time, it's the final remarks, and I'll ask Mr. Loomis, or do you have any final remarks in this regard?
No, nothing at all.
Thank you. So I'll now close the hearing at 9:34. No motions will be entertained at this time. Now moving on to item 5.1 in our agenda is the consideration of second and third readings of this bylaw 1208/24. I'll now turn back for a quick review, please, Ms. Gillum.
Thank you, Jana. The purpose of bylaw 1208/24 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate approximately 7.19 acres of Plan 0220827, Block 1, Lot 1, from the Country Residence Agriculture District to the Light Industrial District. And again, this subject land is located 3 miles north of the village of Caroline and a half a mile east of the Caroline North Road, or also known as the Arbutus Road further up. The redesignation request is a result of the development permit inquiry to construct an additional shop, and Mateo Oilfield Services operating from the land for the last 22 years without complaint. So, yeah, just any other questions, I would be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we are, purpose is to grant second and third readings of the bylaw. I will entertain a motion or any other questions or comments. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I had the opportunity to tour this site, and it is very well kept and a very good steward in this community. As stated, there is no complaints on file. I will be happy to grant second reading for this application. It is the scope of the business is outrunning the current designation, so I think it's appropriate that it be zoned to that. So like I said, I will make the motion for second reading.
Thank you for the motion for second reading. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Northcott.
Question for administration, and I've had this question from other residents as well, but so the requirements and the stipulations that come along with the rezoning, how does the county monitor and enforce the requirements for the rezoning for traffic and, you know, whatever the requirements are? How are those monitored and enforced by the municipality? And not just specifically to this application, but really just across the whole region.
Yeah, basically, we obviously don't have staff out checking every business to see the operations for trucks in and out. It's for any sort of thing in the county, it's all complaint-based. So if there's an issue with the increased number of trucks or nuisance that way for road dust or things like that, we would expect a complaint from someone, and then we would address it accordingly. So if there was, increased traffic and there was increased dust, then Mr. Loomis may be required to dust control or watering of the road to, to the paved areas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion for second reading on the floor. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Now looking for a motion for third reading. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I would like to grant third reading on bylaw 1203-24, or 1213-24.
Oh, wait. 1208.
1208-24.
There we go.
I got it straight finally.
Awesome. That's okay.
To
Thank you.
amend the bylaw.
Thank you for the motion for third reading. Councillor Northcott.
Just a question for, for lighting. Like for, sometimes you'll have a light industrial park and the lighting has increased quite a bit, you know, with floodlights and stuff like that. Well, what are the lighting requirements on this application? Would there be allowed to have more additional lighting and stuff like that? And I'm just wondering if that would have a, possible impact on neighboring residents maybe in the future. And again, my comment's not just specifically to this application, but just just for knowledge.
It really depends on the business. I was just gonna see if the permit, had anything specific to lighting, the original permit. It doesn't appear to say anything, specific regarding lighting from 2009. But, any additional permits, generally, we try to, have people direct lighting down, so that it's not disturbing neighbors or anything of that, nature. I'm not sure what Mr. Loomis has for lighting of his structures now. He'd probably be best to answer that, because we were there during the day, so I don't actually know what's there.
Not
but-
even for Mr. Loomis, but into the future, like if it was ever to be.
If it was a nuisance, we would, again, like if we got a complaint, we would maybe ask him to, put lighting in that would be directed down so that it wouldn't be or be less of a nuisance to the neighbors or something of that nature.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. That is something that can be suggested to the Municipal Planning Commission, who would be going over the development permit, that lighting be considered. And perhaps that's something that needs to, we're reviewing the land use bylaw right now. Perhaps if we can make sure that we're looking under that section to make sure that the lighting is not gonna unduly interfere with residents, and put it right into the land use bylaw so that it's something that is considered. I believe the Reeve has previously called it dark skies policies. Perhaps that's something we can make sure that we're looking at with the writing of the new land use bylaw. And you can note it on the file that Municipal Planning Commission ensure that that they look at the lighting as a consideration with the development permit. Just some suggestions.
Okay. So motion for third reading is on the floor. Any other comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Loomis, for coming in today.
Thank you.
You bet. Moving on now to item 5.3. You can go. You are dismissed. Thank you again for coming in. Merry Christmas. So on item 5.3, it's consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 1203/24, the road closure portion of the road within subdivision plan 7922256. And I believe that will go over to Mr. Clark. Good morning.
Morning, Council. Thank you. This is the road closure. Clearwater Council received an application to close an undeveloped portion of road within subdivision plan 7922256 within the northeast 1638-7 west of the 5th, adjacent to plan 7922256, block 1, lot 11. The road lies within Everdale Estate subdivision, known as Everdale Drive. During the first phase of the subdivision, Everdale Estate was contained within the northeast 1638-7 with an internal subdivision road named Nelson Road, and later renamed Everdale Drive, providing access to 24 residential lots. Everdale Drive ended as a cul-de-sac intersecting lots 11, 12, and 13. Everdale Estates was later expanded into Northwest 1638-7 to accommodate additional lots. This allowed for the extension of Everdale Drive, relocating the cul-de-sac to intersect with the new lots. The applicant, Rob Dahl, is requesting that the undeveloped portion of Everdale Drive that is adjacent to his property be closed and consolidated with his property. Should this be approved, approximately 0.314 acres of road within subdivision plan 7922256 would be consolidated with plan 7922256, block 1, lot 11. In order to close a portion of road within subdivision plan, Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors requires a bylaw process to be followed. The minister has granted approval to the road closure. The bylaw is being presented back to council for second and third reading. Should council approve this bylaw, the sale consolidation and transfer documents will be prepared for final processing with the applicant. Have council had a chance to go through the different policies attached? A regular council meeting held on August 27th, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1203/24. Adjacent landowners were notified of public hearing to be held on October 8th, 2024. No responses were received from the public before and during the public hearing. The bylaw was circulated to all applicable agencies for comments. Most respondents have no objections to the road closure. Fortis Alberta required a right-of-way agreement to be registered upon consolidation of a portion of road with the applicant's parcel. The bylaw was sent to the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors, who subsequently approved the bylaw on December 9th, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in regards to the application? And if not, looking for a motion for second reading. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff makes the motion for second reading. Any other comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. Now looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Ratcliffe makes that motion. Any other comments or questions on that motion? I'm curious, when do we ask the Minister of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors? Like that's why we were waiting on this particular, was to get his approval first, correct? Yes. Okay, yeah, because it seems a little long to go to second and third readings. Usually we're in a very short period of time of a month, so just, okay, that's good. I'm just clarifying the timeline on that, so. All right, third reading's on the floor from Councillor Ratcliffe. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Dahl.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. So now we're moving on in our planning and emergency services. We have a bit of a misnumber, but anyways, it's in regards to the FRIAA FireSmart Vegetation Management Program for 2024-2025 grant application. Good morning, Director Haggart.
Good morning. Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, members of council. Before you, council will recall from our strategic planning meetings related to budget that we were talking about the FRIAA FireSmart Vegetation Management Program application for 24-5. The application is December, but the dollars would be released in January, so we wouldn't be receiving anything in 2024, obviously. It would be for 2025 vegetation management. And the FRIAA released that grant application earlier in the fall. Staff have applied for it, and one of the requirements of the FRIAA grant is that there is a council resolution to support that application. And I'm sure council's familiar with the program. The background is within the agenda item that's before you. And the amount of dollars we're seeking from FRIAA FireSmart program is $200,000 for this round of intake. And that's related to the projects in the units in the Nordegg North area for anything that's new vegetation management within the municipal jurisdiction, as well as any public lands that aren't already being maintained through the province. So the staff recommendation is that council endorses Clarida County's 2024-25 Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta FRIAA grant funding application for $200,000 for the vegetation and fuel management adjacent to Nordegg's North Subdivision.
Thank you. I have a question in regards to this program. Does the amounts change on an annual basis, or is it something that it's a consistent total that that is being offered that the municipalities apply for?
Year to year, the program does change. Some years there isn't any vegetation management dollars available. It's just dependent on the government's priorities. Sometimes it's more of a education component. We've had years where we've done studies or educational components for communities where we develop a brochure related to a specific subdivision perhaps. So it just depends. For 2025, we expect there'll be another intake early in the new year. So that's why we put 400,000 into the budget for council's consideration to approve later on in today's meeting. So that would be expecting hopefully to get 200,000 in this intake, and then we'll come back with the exact same type of item for you in a month or so and apply for the next 200,000 and hope we can get a $400,000 amount total and then stack those into a project or two to get the best bang for your buck from contracted services. And of course, that would be administered honestly through Wildfire Management Branch, and we essentially give the dollars back to them.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Has this application been reviewed for input by the Nordegg Community Fire Group?
The Nordegg FireSmart plan overall, definitely. I know staff from fire services as well as the Wildfire Management Branch went out and met with that community group. So similar to what council would have received in terms of presentation back in, I think it was September, the plan itself for Nordegg FireSmart was sent along to the community group, and both Wade and, if I'm not mistaken, Jared were out there speaking with them on that. As well, when the province is doing some of their vegetation management, they've done some direct advertising to the community, receiving feedback in terms of types of vegetation management and location. So the priorities of that FireSmart plan that council and the community group would have seen in the fall remain unchanged essentially, but there are modifications to how the vegetation management is being conducted, or potentially changing in the order of, like, if it's priority 1 or 2, and it makes sense to change 2 to 1 based on community feedback, then that's something that the province is willing to consider as well.
Okay. Excellent, thank you.
This particular, sorry, just to clarify, this application in particular was not referred to them because it's a municipal application.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely will be supportive of this, and I will happily make the motion, but I do find it frustrating that we have to apply for funding that we're just gonna give back. So I'm looking forward to us having that conversation later in the meeting when we talk about one of my notices of motion, but it's just a frustrating process to have to go through, to just, like I said, end up giving them their own money back, and it costs money to move the money back and forth from the province to the municipality back to the province. It's just a frustrating process, but I will happily make the motion to endorse this, and hopefully Clearwater County is lucky enough to receive that and can start protecting that community even better.
Thank you for the motion. Councillor Northcott.
All right, so this so FRIAA, they would remove woody debris, deadfall, stuff like that to reduce, or what exactly, just maybe a little bit of detail on exactly what that.
Sure, if I may, Reeve Swanson, thank you. FRIAA is the funder. So they're the entity on behalf essentially of government. They get funded in different ways through the Forest Association and government. But FRIAA provides funding to municipalities for the projects. So not every municipality is in a forest protection area. So just like in our case, we happen to be. So there might be a municipality that isn't within the forest protection area that actually does the contracted work directly themselves. And we could also choose to do that on municipal lands within the subdivision of Nordegg. But when it comes to the public lands, we have to work with the Wildfire Management Branch because we're in the forest protection area there. So those public lands are within their jurisdiction or authority to manage. So those dollars would generally be contracted services, not necessarily directly. Like FRIAA doesn't do the work on the ground, they just provide us a check with the money.
Right, and
Yeah.
then those dollars would go to contractors.
100%.
Clean up the woody debris and deadfall and,
Yep.
and fuel sources.
You betcha. It could be, sometimes it's selective harvesting, mulching, it could be just dead and down. Each year will have a different strategy in terms of how it's done. And another note for council is that the Community Fire Guard Program grant, we had initially applied for that $30,000 essentially the study, which was how that FireSmart plan for Nordegg was created. We didn't use any of those dollars because the province has those staff and resources to do plans like that in the forest protection area. So we ended up essentially returning that money back to FRIAA because we didn't use it. The province did the plan for us. But what we also learned as part of that process is even though we have a FireSmart plan and what we consider and as well Wildfire Management Branch considers a guard for the community if we continue to work on those units. There's lots of maintenance for units that have already been done in and around the, specifically to the west, south and west and north of the Nordegg area. Completing those maintenance and new projects to kind of not necessarily wrap the community with a guard in a circle, but have a guard where fire is most likely to travel through, doesn't qualify for community fire guard protection because the intent isn't complete vegetation management down to grasses and seeded to graze, which is I think what the CFP or the fire guard program is intended for. So fortunately, there's the fire guard grant, and then there's the FRIAA vegetation management grant this year, because we could have just had one or the other, and we don't qualify for that. We did not apply for the fire guard program. They advised us that we'd likely not qualify because we're not doing the veg management, essentially grazing with goats or whatever communities are intending to do in those kind of guards that have to be 800 meters cleared. And from what we understand from the community and based on staff and wildfires expertise, that is not required for Nordegg in order for us to consider those FireSmart projects to be guard-like. And obviously in that area, that type of vegetation management wouldn't be conducive to the area itself. So I made those comments known for that program, but I'm hoping that will result in us also having success with this side of the granting, which then we can do the exact same projects. So yeah, I don't know, Councillor Northcott, if that answered your question particularly, but yeah.
Lots of information, thank you.
Yeah.
But I do have just a little bit more. So grants always consistent or, paid by tax dollars. But I was just curious, for areas that are high risk, and maybe this discussion's maybe taking place, just I'm not aware of it, but for areas that are, high risk of wildfires or threat to a community, if there's lots of deadfall and woody debris, because right now you'd have to get a permit to get firewood in Crown lands. Is there an opportunity, or a discussion that's maybe taking place where if there's areas that are identified as high risk, where those areas could maybe be no permit required or no cost for a permit or something like that? Because there's people from eastern Alberta that don't have trees and they still come out here for firewood. But those areas could be identified that, hey, this is an area of high risk. To go within this area, maybe you don't need a permit. So it'd be a benefit. You wouldn't be using the tax dollars to fund the grants, and the people would be getting firewood and also being sort of fire smarting all at the same time. But just a thought.
There isn't a program like that currently that I'm aware of, but it's an interesting idea. So certainly it's something I can pass along to our counterparts at the province. It would be, they have the permitting, and I don't know how much like an individual person's permitting for firewood cutting. It's just an online application. I don't think there is a fee associated with it.
No, none.
It's $5? $25? Okay, thank you,
Zero.
Councillor.
Nope.
The last time I pulled my Christmas tree, it was $0, so I don't know about the firewood one,
No,
but yeah.
We go out for firewood and it's been zero since 2019.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, we get it off our private land too, but certainly something I'll pass along to the province. I think it's a great suggestion and something kind of creative thing to try and solve a problem, but in the interim, we're looking for those dollars that are already provided to FRIAA through the program to be provided for municipal use across the province. So we're hoping to get our portion of those, and if we're successful, we'll keep council posted.
For sure. Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that's a cool idea. And do we have any municipal lands in Nordegg that we could implement that ourselves and then we don't have to ask the province? Like, is there some sections in the municipal world where we can put up a sign and say between the flagged areas, like grab your firewood, and put like some rules, like we're not responsible for the liability if you drop a tree on yourself, like what all of the other things that have to go with it, of course. But I think it's an interesting concept, and I think that if we aren't willing to do it even on our own municipal lands, the province, like, if we can prove it out on municipal lands in Nordegg, the province might see it as a value too. Do we have some lands in Nordegg where we can be like, hey, come get your firewood here?
Go ahead.
And
Ms.
thank
Director
you,
Hagan.
Reeve Swanson.
I agree.
Absolutely, there's lands within Nordegg that are municipal reserve. In terms of a project like that, I'd have to do a little bit more digging
Yeah.
into the liability component and provide a better recommendation probably at a future meeting, if that's the interest of council, to pursue that.
It's a super interesting concept, and I think it's worth digging
Yeah, I do
digging
think it
into.
is an interesting concept. I 100% agree that it's very creative thinking to try and solve a problem at a lower cost to the taxpayer. So I 100% appreciate that. But yeah, I don't want to answer that, like the pros and cons of that, till I do some more digging. We definitely have municipal reserve land. Whether a project like that could be implemented would be I think a future council discussion item. I do.
Counselor, yes, you did make the motion, yeah, we were just discussing, so anyways, Counselor Cermak?
Yeah, I have a question on, I see that this application was reviewed on December 16th, and then it says that a following phase of the process will come after. What is the following phases that come with this application?
So, thank you again. I'm just gonna look on the agenda items. Chief Liadis actually wrote the items, just wanna make sure I'm not misstating
It's
him.
the last sentence on paragraph. Once reviewed at the December 16th submission deadline, the successful applicant will be notified for the following phase of the process. What is the following phase of the process?
I understand the next phase of the process to be grant awards. So the next phase would be when they actually notify municipalities of the grant award. I don't anticipate there's any additional process because we've already gone through a two-part process. So the first part would have been the expression of interest. So we have a plan, we have a project. Do we meet the qualifications? Check. And then we go to the next phase, which is additional information for the specific locations of vegetation management, the types. So that all that process has been done. As far as I understand, it's just a grant awarding in the new year. There shouldn't be any additional steps or hoops to jump through that I'm aware of. And then maybe that it was intended to say there'd be another grant coming down the road, but I understand it to be grant award is the next step.
Okay, so when we put our application in, we have to say what we're gonna do in that area
Yes.
and what manpower we're going to put forward?
Approximate cost.
Itemized, all
Yes.
down? So that takes a little bit of work on behalf of administration to get these applications in.
Absolutely, Councillor Cermak. It does, fortunately as well. I would have to give credit where credit is due to the Wildfire Management Branch. Wade that was in here in September, he assists with that, doing lots of vegetation management projects. They do it on a per acre basis, and it's about $7,000 a hectare, I believe. And so he helps us with that application process. So essentially we read it, we review it, we work on it together, and then we submit it. But the province does some of that administrative work as well.
Okay, so all of our work, we can deduct that off that? Or is that free gratis from us to doing the application?
Yeah, there's, certainly there can be a work in kind component. I don't know if it was significant amount of work that we would have considered that as part of the work in kind, but if it was weeks of work, then probably. But again, because this was a 10-page form kind of thing, we wouldn't have considered that. But you're right, there is a small administrative burden component to completing any grant application, absolutely.
Well, you alluded something to $7,000.
Oh, no, that was per hectare for vegetation management as an average. Yes,
okay.
no, not for the application. I apologize if that was confusing. Definitely did not cost the county that money to submit the application.
Yeah, but it does cost you money to.
Yeah,
put
there's
an
administrative time
application
for
in.
sure.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor is that council endorses Clearwater County's 2024-2025 Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, the FRIAA grant funding application for $200,000 for the vegetation and fuel management adjacent to Nordegg's North Subdivision. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, and thank you for coming in. So, okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. Do we need a motion for the concept that Councillor Northcott was referring to? Or can it just be brought in the future without a motion directing administration to look into it further? I just want to make sure that that doesn't get lost, because I think it's a very valuable idea.
CEO Lymans?
Truly council's comfort. Administration is going to approach the province and start the conversation. If council wanted to take this as a discussion point to the appropriate minister when we go to the RMA, I think it's a great point really to start at governance down. When we start looking at how grants can be changed and adapted to better utilize all our tax dollars. But for administration, we're very comfortable to start the conversation at a staffing level.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Maloff?
Excellent, that's great then. And then perhaps we can, like the director was mentioning, we can look at bringing back options to potentially implement something like that on our own municipal lands. So, because I just wanted to make sure it didn't get lost in the shuffle sometimes, especially with a newly formed municipality. You never know what could get lost in the shuffle.
Great. So before continuing on, I'm gonna call a quick 10-minute break. And welcome back. We just had a quick break. We're now at item 5.2, corporate services, actually specifically 5.2.1, which is the Strategic Planning Committee recommendations for 2024 budget approval. I'll turn it over to Ms. Serhan, please.
Sorry. Yeah, my apologies, that should read 2025 budget approval.
There you
Can't
go.
figure out which year we're living in. So this first item is the Municipal Government Act legislation in regards to passing an operating budget, capital plan, and financial plan. So the Municipal Government Act requires council to pass operating and capital budgets prior to January 1st of the following year as set out in sections 242 and 245. And I've just copied and pasted the actual act verbiage into the agenda item. Legislation also requires council to pass future financial and capital plans annually as set out in section 283. Legislation can sometimes be difficult to interpret and understand, so administration would like to give council the opportunity to ask questions or clarify any statements included within the legislation regarding the operating budget, capital budget, financial plan, and capital plan.
Thank you. Does council have any questions or in regards or clarifying comments in regards to what's been presented? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
How is an amalgamation affected by this? Because we cease to exist in 11 days. And how does that play into the future and the budgets that we're passing? Just how does our amalgamation play into that?
Ms. Serhan?
So as of today, this municipality still does exist and is required under legislation to pass a budget. With the amalgamation, the two budgets will be combined that have been passed at each municipality, and then any adjustments will be identified separately, and then the new municipality council will consider those combined budgets for their budget for the following year.
Any other further questions? Seeing none. Would you like a motion in regards that we've, or is just more of an information?
Just for information,
For
so
sure.
there's no motion required.
Okay. So if there's no further items or questions or comments on this agenda item, I'm going to move along now to 5.2.2. All right.
So this is the Strategic Planning Committee recommendations for the 2025 budget approval excluding broadband. So there's three recommendations for motions, and attached are reports supporting the recommendations from the Strategic Planning Committee made during the December 11th, 12th, and 13th deliberations to fund and expend the 2025 operating and capital budgets. The total funding sources of $167,188,595 include tax revenue, transfers from restricted surplus, and other revenues, which is made up mostly of grant funding. These funds are supporting programs and projects in their entirety of $167,188,595 as follows: operating of $57 million, capital projects of $91, future and current year projects of $18 million, and payment of long-term debt of $223. That's the final payment on the Westview Lodge debt. Amortization budget is estimated at $25 million, which is not fully funded. And the broadband operating and capital budgets will be presented to council in the next agenda item to allow council members to recuse themselves if they wish. The items to be brought to a future strategic planning session as indicated through deliberations include a communication audit through corporate services, community hall future funding discussion through ag and community services, community recreation opportunities through ag and community services, and trail discussion including what will be the newly formed hamlet of Caroline through ag and community services. Deliberations were held for 3 days, during which time committee members engaged in discussions relating to various programs and projects. During this process, there was an opportunity for adjustments of scope or timelines or complete removal of items within the draft budget. The changes agreed upon were as follows. From the draft budget that was presented, the solid waste central transfer station work should all be moved up a year, with the start date moved from 2026 to 2025. The airport terminal expenditure removed and the subsequent funding to be kept in the airport restricted surplus until such time as a project is approved, excuse me, by council. And fire training facility projects and purchases were moved up in the timeline. Council approval of these budgets, along with projections of future financial plans, will provide administration with confirmation that the information presented reflects council's direction and priorities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I do have a question.
Yes.
When I was reading this over, if we submit all of this and we say, yeah, it's all approved and everything, and it goes into the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and he says, oh, just wait a minute, there's something I don't like. Does he have that choice to send it back to us with explanations on what he wants changed? Or is it just we submit it and he rubber stamps it?
I believe CAO Emmons will speak to that.
Okay. CEO Emmons.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. So the minister absolutely has that authority, Councillor Cermak, but I will say that their focus is this council dealing with this council's priorities. What they are looking for is whether or not we're taking into consideration the new municipality at this time, which would be beyond the scope of this council. So they're truly monitoring that no large financial decisions are being met that would handcuff a future municipality that I will use the term out of scope. I'm not talking about existing projects. You know, I apologize, council has been very active in developing Nordegg and proceeding with broadband. Those aren't the anomalies, but if tomorrow you decided to purchase 9 quarter sections for a new initiative, that would perhaps flag, if that helps explain. Truly, this budget does reflect the priorities of this council. The Strategic Planning Committee has talked about the priorities for last year. Administration has, and more importantly, council has had this budget for some time now. Personally, I can't see any anomalies in it that the minister would find concerning. It's a solid track record.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I like what Councillor Milhoff said. This budget is for 11 days because in 11 days our county doesn't exist as is. We acquired 400 and some new residents and all of that. So do we have to go through another 3 days of new budgets in January to finalize and do another budget with Caroline involved?
CEO Emmons.
And I apologize, Mr. Han, I didn't see your light on. If I may, I would say that depends on the new council's comfort. The majority of current council will be, you'll all be very familiar with ours.
Yep.
Which, forgive the terminology, is the lion's share. It will be learning and incorporating a new budget, which would be Caroline's component. I would predict that the new council would put more effort and time into really learning the new priorities from that community and amalgamating it into council's current. And that would be a work in progress throughout 2025 to really come into the 25 in preparation for 26 budget with confidence. That would be my production, but I will say that administration is here to serve council. That would truly depend on the new council's comfort.
Okay. That relieves me a lot that what we spent 3 days doing and lots of discussion on everything is not wasted. It is great stuff we done. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Arend, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just add that is the reason we also invited Councillor Gibson to listen in and be a part of those budget discussions so that she could also have a comfort level and understanding of what the majority of the discussion and how this council came to the decisions of the projects and programs that will be included in that budget on January 7th. We are not anticipating having to do that over again.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just after having the 3 days of budget deliberations and then having the weekend to review, when we have work in progress every year, this is a very aggressive capital plan. And we had to carry over work in progress every year, but how much is projected to be carried over from 2025 to 2026? Because this is a very aggressive capital plan. Perhaps we can go over how much you guys feel you actually can accomplish, because it's quite aggressive.
Ms. Arend?
Yeah, I do believe that this is an aggressive capital plan. However, those funds will be available for whatever year those projects are completed in, and the timeline might change, but the dollars and the project won't. So I'll maybe let Director Hansen speak to what he feels his team is capable of. But as far as the dollars go, they just get moved from one year to the next until that project is complete.
Good morning, Director Hansen.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm going to be very cautious to try to describe, what our upper limit is of what we can get done, because my team surprises me continuously. Really, the limitation usually is permitting. I'm going to use the best example is the new access road in Nordegg. We know that we're still working on getting those permits for that project, even though we've identified the entire expenditure in 2025. We know that that's a multi-year project. We want to make sure that those funds are in place there to be able to get as much work as we can done in 2025, knowing that there will be a carry forward in 2026. So there isn't anything identified in the capital budget that is limited by our capacity to do it. It is typically limited by our availability and how fast permitting can be completed.
So you really can't do anything?
No, I didn't say that, Elle, did I? Not even once.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right. So there are 3 staff recommendations in front of us. If we would like to start with maybe one motion and then focus discussion, if there is any other discussion to be had. Looking for, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I would move that we approve the 2025 operating budget.
Okay, thank you.
So
that would be
staff recommendation
staff-
one,
staff
rather than going
recommendation
through, it's very long.
No, thank you for that motion for staff recommendation number 1. Are there any comments or questions on that particular agenda item? See no, Councillor Ratcliffe, before I was going to call the question. Go ahead.
Okay, pardon me. I have, I guess, 2 issues with this operations budget. Council is expected to set service levels and the operations sections of the county administration implements those service levels and prepares a budget accordingly. And there would be regular service level reviews with council to see what adjustments might need to be made. And I don't recall having any of those. And from my experience in the corporate world, I know that there is a tendency for budgets to creep from the need into the nice to have. I want to be clear that I felt that the operating budgets that were presented were generally very responsible. But the second issue is around budgeting a surplus. I learned that administration budgets for worst case. An example that was given is that even though an employee may not be due for a wage increase, that potential cost is included in the budget. And this practice results in a budgeted surplus every year. But because there's this extra flexibility in the budget, it can also allow for some discretionary spending that is unknown to council and that council may not have approved had they known about it. And this can lead to inflated budgets without oversight or accountability. For those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments or questions in regards, before I call the question of the first staff recommendation of the budget? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried. Looking at staff recommendation number 2, which is that council approves the Clearwater County's 2025 budget restricted surplus transfers and debit payment being funded through the general municipal revenues. Thank you. Councillor Lougheed makes that motion. Go ahead, oh, sorry. You were gonna make the motion? I apologize. I looked over to my right before my left, okay. All right. Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. And then we have staff recommendation number 3, that council approves the Clearwater County 2025 budget, excluding broadband and totaling all that big number with funding through capital revenues and being funded through restricted surplus transfers, as discussed through the strategic planning debate. Seeing no lights, I'll call Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay. Again, I have a couple of issues with this capital budget. From a philosophical viewpoint, council adopts a strategic plan and administration prepares an execution plan based on that for council's approval, and a regular progress report is presented to council, and that report discussion presents an opportunity for adjustments to that strategic plan and execution plan. This is something I also don't recall having. And that means that not all of some of council's priorities that would have come forward in that process are not necessarily included in this budget. Two of the other issues I have, $6 million for a 10-bay heated storage building in the north quarter near the airport. We've had a lot of pressure over the last few years to move ahead with a development on that north quarter. And this heated storage was even described in the budget as kind of the first step towards that. I think a lot of ratepayers have not seen justification for that construction at this time. The new administration complex is not scheduled until 2028, And the preliminary work to justify that need and carry out public consultation still needs to be done. So starting on it at this point, to me, is a bad idea. And secondly, the $11 million budgeted for a new indoor solid waste facility in the North Quarter is a significant increase in service levels. The current site and the previous solid waste site in town were outdoor facilities. Most people I have talked to feel that that increased service level is not warranted. Although most do think that having part of the facility out of the weather would be better for both staff and patrons, and that some minor improvements are justified there at the site. Almost no one I've spoken to thinks that that $11 million is justified. I've never had or expect to have a taxpayer tell me that they want the best of everything and they don't care what it costs. So I cannot support this level of investment at the North Quarter at this time.
Thank you. So again, motion on the floor, we're looking for a motion, for motion for number 3 in regards to the 2025 capital budget. Councillor Cermak.
I would just like to discuss the heated storage that we're going to do for $6 million. As far as I was understanding, we needed the heated storage. We have the land. We have the money already allocated to it. And this was a standalone project. We're going to do a water well and our own septic system up there for a small coffee room and a bathroom for the truckers that are parking their units out there, which is handy to our salt and sand pile. Instead of them driving from here out there in the cold and a loader out there in the cold, it can be all in the heated storage there. And I think that we can save quite a bit of money just on time with our employees driving out there, getting their trucks out, getting the loader out and off to work in a very short time. I was under the understanding it was a standalone, not anything to do with a phase project. Now, maybe I need to be corrected, but that's the way that I understood, and that's why I brought that motion forward.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I'd like to address a couple things, but first, I guess I'd like to address the transfers to restricted surplus from the conservative budgeting practice that happens. If there was discretionary spending going on and that there would be no additional restricted surplus to transfer. So because the budget is conservative, those additional restricted surpluses above what is budgeted happen so that council can have funding available for future capital plans that are in the 10-year capital plan or some that are not in the 10-year capital plan. And that's how those additional surpluses are generated. And staff does a fabulous job of estimating the cost of each of the programs and services that council asks to be included in budget and spends the dollars required for those programs and services. And anything that's over and above what is required is what is included in those additional surpluses. Also, the capital projects that are in the 10-year capital plan were debated during deliberations, and this was the motion from the Strategic Planning Committee to include these projects in the budget before council today.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. This can be argued any number of ways, but I still feel that this level of investment in the North Quarter is a commitment to further development there, which may be a good idea. I just feel that we do not have the public support for it at this time. And I forgot my last point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Before I make a motion, I'll maybe just share a bit of perspective. I think Clearwater County is in a very enviable position. We have tremendous opportunity here, but we also have tremendous responsibility to prioritize how we take advantage of that opportunity. And I certainly respect the efforts of the Strategic Planning Committee to identify those priorities, balance that with the vision we have for this community moving forward. And although I think it's difficult to agree with every part, I think we've had, the Strategic Planning Committee, that is, has had an opportunity to debate many of these issues, and I can respect the decisions that the Strategic Planning Committee has made, reaching forward to find the best alignment with our opportunities and those responsibilities I spoke of. So with that, I will motion staff recommendation number 3.
Thank you. And I see there's another light. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. While I supported the operating budget to ensure that Clearwater County continues to move forward, I think it's important that we are responsible and look down the road towards what the new Clearwater County will be. I know that we're not supposed to be making decisions for the new municipality, and this locks us into a work plan of 2025, which is the new municipality. There's several residents that have reached out to me that disagree with some of the work plan. I believe that Ms. Serhan said it best when this is approving a work plan, and that's how I want to look towards it. I think that we need to take the opportunity in January with the interim council to review the priorities of the newly formed municipality and look towards what the 2025 work plan with them included needs to look like. And for that reason, I will be voting against the capital budget as well.
Are there any other comments or questions? All right, I will make a call. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Serhan, I'm sorry.
Just want to confirm that if this budget does not move forward, this capital plan, then none of the capital projects will move forward until such a time as there has been more direction provided for administration to move forward on any of the capital projects included in this capital plan.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Already, there has been a considerable amount of time from staff. Everybody that really works in Clearwater County, I think, has a lot of involvement in putting these documents together. And I absolutely realize that there's, on staff's part to really develop this and present it to council and the Strategic Planning Committee. I guess my thoughts are, historically I've brought up lots of quite a few items, and it didn't align. Those items didn't align with the this side of the table on the Strategic Planning Committee meetings, and and that's okay, right? They don't have to align with everybody. Everybody has their opinions, and that's why there's usually 6 of us here now. So. The items that I brought to the table didn't meet the threshold to get approval by the majority of the council or the committee. But there's still that opportunity, and every councillor or committee member has that right to either vote in favor or opposed. So I'll still be using today's opportunity, and I'll be opposed.
I guess I reiterate what Councillor Lougheed has said. We've been having a strategic planning meetings all through 2024. These items have been brought up through that committee, or through that committee and recommended to council. And we all had an opportunity to have input on what was going forward, and we motioned majority of these projects going forward into this budget. So I see actually in January an opportunity to have another further good discussion once we amalgamate with the Caroline to see their budget, and we have the opportunity to change the priority of this budget once we get more information. This actually reflects, there are developers that are watching to see what we are doing, if we are being proactive with some of our projects, and allowing, because this is in regards to it, not only benefit our residents, but also to increase the economic development in our region. So for me, this is an absolute must. We understand that there's Nordic projects in there. There's a possibility of another fire service down on the south side of Caroline, or in that area. We have multiple projects that benefit all of us and all our residents. So at the end of the day, I can understand the hesitation to put more in the North Quarter, but it is also a reflection of the fact that when you're stagnant with some of our decisions and study the study to study, it's also, it's not a positive reflection to the others that are out there, so, that are watching. So it is actually a reflection of more than just a heated storage, more than just a solid waste. It is a reflection of the whole region. So with that, I will be voting in favor. So Ms. Serhan, I see your lights on, and then I will call the question.
Yes, so during the 3 days of deliberations, the Strategic Planning Committee debated and had information brought forward, and this was the recommendation. These projects that are in this capital budget and also the capital plan reflect the committee's decisions. This is not staff's plan, this is the committee's plan. And the other way that this could be accomplished is having motions for each individual project and have them approved or defeated. But that would take all day. And, you know, to have all those minutes and motions wrote up for, to break this apart because the council can't agree on the plan as a whole. Each project was brought forward and debated and discussed, and the committee either approved or disapproved of what was in this plan as a whole, each item individually. So I guess, you know, it's a little bit hard. It's a difficult position for staff to have feel like they've heard what the committee wants in this document and to bring it forward and then have it defeated with no direction as to why, like what we could have presented better or how we could have changed the document so that council is in favor of the document. It feels confusing for staff.
Councillor Northcott.
No, I think you said that, that very well, Ms. Serhan. And the committee did, I think it was last Friday, there was the motion, and it was passed to recommend to council the approval of the budget by the large majority of the committee. I'm not aware of any discussions or questions or anything that was really asked over the previous week to get any clarity or anything like that, but there was a recommendation and it was passed with the large majority of the committee members to recommend it to council for approval. So I think between then and now, there was an opportunity for questions or clarity, or, and I don't think that opportunity was taken, and I think that the questions, really there was 3 days to have that clarity. I declared where I stood after those 3 days, but there's still the will of the committee, which was the large majority that voted to support it. So just to throw that out there, and I think you said it very well, Ms. Sarah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion on the floor in regards to item number 3, or staff recommendation number 3, the council approves the 2025 capital budget. Seeing no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? As a tie vote, that motion is defeated. Okay. So with that, I'm going to call a quick 5-minute break, please. And welcome back. We just had a quick break. So in regards, had a discussion in regards to, or we didn't have a discussion, I was just looking more for legislative direction in regards to the motion that was just defeated in regards to the capital budget for 2025. And so at this point in time, it's up to this council to decide what they would like to do with that. We can't go forward without having some direction as to what we are doing with the 2025 budget, especially in regards to capital. So I'm looking to this council as to where can we find consensus, because we spent most of the year and 3 days last week discussing these items. And for the majority of that, we did have consensus. And so now, yes, with some reflection, now we need to decide how we are going to get this capital budget passed. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. We have an operating budget, an approved operating budget, in which to keep all of the current service levels that have been approved by this municipality continually moving forward. Can a capital budget not be approved in the new year with the new municipality, with the priorities of the newly formed municipality? I think that it's irresponsible for us not to consider the fact that we don't exist at the end of this month.
Yes, sir.
It's the same for the operating as it is for the capital. So even though this municipality ceases to exist December 31st and a new municipality is formed, there needs to be a basis for how this budget and projects are going to move forward starting on January 1st. So the same would apply to capital as for operating.
I'm curious as to capital, if we don't approve the capital budget, are we putting any of the grants at risk? Director Hagan.
To answer that question, Reeve, we could be. We would have to look at each specific situation, but I did just want to add another comment in terms of having an operating budget and perhaps not a capital budget approved. The capital budgets are not apart and distinct from operations. There's an intimate relationship between operations, capital expenditures, and funding, including restricted surplus transfers. All of those components go together to support council's priorities, direction, and service level. And you take one piece away, there will be compounding effects across service delivery, whether we're spending on a capital project or not. That capital project, if it's delayed, can and will affect service delivery at some point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Are we suggesting then that where the MGA calls for an operating budget, that includes the capital budget? As it appears here on the information that was presented, that we only need to approve an operating budget.
Ms. Surhan?
Actually, there's two different sets of legislation there. Section 242 says each council must adopt an operating budget for each calendar year by January 1st. And then section 245 says each council must adopt a capital budget for each calendar year by January 1st of that calendar year.
Thank you.
Okay. So again, looking at the council here to have a further discussion in regards to our capital budget and how we would like to go forward, respecting the fact that it's been outlined that we should be passing some sort of capital budget for January 1st. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I'll take a stab at a motion. that council approve the 2025 capital plan with the removal of the heated storage and the central site in 2025, to be discussed again further at a strategic plan in 2025.
Any discussion on that motion? Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
I guess I just have a question, a clarifying question, like what is it that, that council requires more information on that wasn't already been provided or given an opportunity to be discussed at deliberations?
Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Particularly how the community feels. The community came out adamantly opposed to anything on the North Quarter, and they have not been asked since. And I think that it's important that we get feedback from them on the direction. I also think it's important that we consider the impact of $17 million worth of work on our newly formed municipality. I think that if we don't consider that, it's important to consider all of those pieces, and I think that removing those two in particular are valid.
Ms. Serhan?
These projects go to support the requests and service levels that this council has asked this administration to provide to their ratepayers. So I think disconnecting the operations part of each service level from the required capital projects is not considering the whole picture. If every time there is an increase to paved roads, all of the infrastructure needs to come with that in order to keep that service level active. So I think there's been some disconnect in the fact that the TCA and the capital budget is to support the service levels that this council has tasked administration to provide.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Councillor Northcott, you asked the question in regards to the central site about the survey that was out and how the people were, supportive of that. So, and I'll give you the opportunity to have some comment to that. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Reeve. My mind was in the exact same lane there. It was actually Mr. Magnus, because I had been previously unaware that there was a survey that was completed for that, for the location of a waste transfer site on the North Quarter there. And I think at that time, last week during the strategic planning committee meetings, it was stated, I think the survey, Mr. Magnus, correct me, I think it was around 80% of the residents, and there was about 1,200 respondents, were happy with the location for a transfer site at that location. And that was a very important piece of information for myself. So.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess for myself, it's, and Councillor, or Deputy Meloff, you bring your issues or your comments in regards to those two items in regards to the north site. But understanding with that survey, I'm curious as to, I haven't heard anything from anyone in regards to that North Quarter. Like, it's all been positive. So, and I guess that's because that's the site I use. And so therefore, I think majority of that I've been hearing from, it's been a positive experience going there. And in regards to the heated storage, again, we had a wholesome discussion in regards to that, and we did go into a closed session to allow Councillor Lougheed that little extra information in regards to why that reasoning and the information that was presented to us at that time was for why we had chosen that particular site for that particular capital project. I'll go to Councillor Lougheed first. And,
Thank you,
Yeah.
Reeve Swanson, and as I recall, the Strategic Planning Committee, that the debate around the waste transfer facility was thoroughly debated at length, I think, with presentations from administration around that, and I think the only question I heard asked was, I think, delve deeply into. In fact, I think the outcome of that debate was to move that project forward even quicker than was originally. So I'm a little puzzled on that, although I know it didn't have universal support within council. That's the nature of democracy and how it goes, and sometimes we have to make decisions in council that are good, better, or best, and somebody's solution of good or better or best is different than the others. And I think ultimately the important thing is that it will benefit our community in the future. We can afford it. It maybe goes a little different direction than was originally thought of. And also that feedback on that particular siting has changed over the years. We're not seeing and hearing and feeling that pushback on that being an inappropriate site for that kind of activity. As Councillor Northcott said, that this is something that has reached community acceptance, and looking for that service being more in a line with the services offered throughout the rest of the county where you have a more permanent structure to do that. So I think that's what I was understanding that decision to be at. The other one, I certainly respect the fulsome debate that the Strategic Planning Committee and Council would have had on that facility as well, looking at how it will benefit our community moving into the future, and the need that was demonstrated for heated storage to keep our equipment and our service levels effective and efficient. I can see that investment being important over the next 50 or so years. So that's why I remain supportive, although I have questions about all of our decisions all the time. I try to find that balance of where we've decided a vision, and is it approachable? Is it financially sound at this time? And I believe we're in the best position Clearwater County has ever been in. We can say yes to so many things and not come back to the ratepayers and ask for extra money to do these things. We are in a really enviable position to move forward and meet the future in the most positive way possible. And I wasn't going to say this, but I am somewhat disappointed because I sense that people are trying to use the standalone clause here, that I don't believe in one aspect of a budget, so I can dissociate myself from the entire budget. And I'm a little puzzled by that. We work as a team. Sometimes we refer to it as a family. We get together, we have differences, but we put those aside because we know the end result is good and it's going to benefit our community. It may not ideally match everybody's perspective, and they may have brought those things together in the debate when the Strategic Planning Committee debated all these things. And I hope that's the appropriate position, not kind of at last minute sticking their hand up and say, I can't agree with this because there's one aspect of 1,600 lines of budget that you can't agree with. I guess we're all in a educational journey here, and I think maybe I'm still chewing on crayons if I can't understand it yet. So, but let's keep moving forward.
Thank you. All right, so Deputy Reeve Melhoff has put a motion on the floor in regards to approve the capital budget with the removal of the heated storage and central site. Capital projects. Go ahead, Councillor Surma.
I certainly agree with Councillor Lougheed and all that he said. I would like Councillor Melhoff to tell me which survey she was privileged to that said that didn't want anything out on that north quarter. because the one that I seen was 1,200 people said that they liked it out there, and that 85% of the 1,200 people said that. So which survey did you have that differed with that one?
Okay, Deputy Milhoff.
Wasn't a survey at all, simply taking the opportunity to talk with my residents. And I believe it was 9 years ago, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, there was a massive meeting at Dovercourt that said they absolutely did not want the buildings on the north quarter. So we haven't gone back out to the public to actually ask them after that very large no that the community gave. We haven't actually gone back out to ask them. And I mean, I'm happy to be defeated on this motion. I was just trying to find us a path forward. That's all I was trying to do, was find us a path forward to actually pass some form of a capital. I'm happy to be defeated on that as well. I was actually trying to find the solid waste survey that we did that was very well like the attendance or the number of people that filled it out, because I actually don't know if I remember the actual location being on the survey, but I was trying to find it because I didn't want to say that it was or it wasn't, because obviously our director says that it was, which is fabulous, but we had a satisfaction survey done just this year that had 70% of people saying they were very satisfied with the current service. So to spend 11 million on increasing a service level that 70% of people already feel is good, I question that decision as well. So I don't have a survey specifically. It's with regards to the North Quarter. It's just discussion with residents.
Councilor Cermak?
So then you're saying, okay, with a temporary waste center out there instead of a permanent one that will last for 40 to 50 years, because we have proven that push type works, and it has been proven in this county that it works in our atmosphere, our climate, our people like them. And according to your meeting that you had at Dovercourt, well, when I was being when I put my name forward to become a councillor, I did go and talk to just about everybody in my constituents. I spent days driving around and talking and having coffee. And I would say that 70% of the people that I talked to were upset that we didn't spend the $35 million back when it was that we were to move everybody out there. I had people that were really upset that we didn't go ahead with it because they said at 35 million, that was a bargain because it's going to be over 60 when we finally decide that we need to move out there. And they say that the people that I talked to said that it will happen. And the sooner you do it, the cheaper it is. That was my own personal view. And I did spend a lot of time with my people, my constituents.
Thank you for the motion, or thank you for the back and forth here. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I also kind of survey people continuously. And especially if I go to the solid waste site, I try to talk to a few of the people that are there. And the survey, very accurately represents those comments that people are now used to going to that site and that they are fairly happy with that current level of service of the outdoor facility as it exists. And as I said, yeah, they'd like to see a few small improvements, but finding someone who is in favor of spending $11 million to increase that service level, it's just not there. And, referring back to my oath of office, I don't see how I can support that. when the ratepayers do not seem to be demanding it.
Councillor Lai.
Well, thank you, and maybe just a comment, because I certainly was there for that meeting at Dover Court, and I think a large part of that pushback was the approach that was used for a facility at that particular time. I think time has went forward, and although it's important if you're driving towards a vision to look in the rearview mirror from time to time, I think you still need to keep your eyes on the road ahead of you and understand that as time goes on, there is more need. Administration has demonstrated the need, and council has responded by placing money within restricted surface or surplus. The approach is to have those facilities funded as we move into, and I think that's what I'm seeing here and why I can be more supportive of that heated storage building. I think there's been a demonstration that that is the need. Administration has shown that's the need for that service to remain efficient. So that's why I could be convinced that this is the time to use those restricted surpluses that are dedicated for that administrative principle. That is part of our overall vision. It's the time for that money to be utilized for our community and supporting the efficient delivery of service that I know the community believes is important. And I also believe the feedback we've got on that siting being used for a waste transfer site is positive. The debate still remains whether you match the service levels that were, our previous service level was part of a regional partnership. That no longer exists in that form. So that temporary site was to offer a service, although different than what it started as, but more closely related to the service offered in other parts of the community. I think the concept of the push pit design more closely balances the service level that is being provided throughout the balance of the county. And I think that's the expectation our community has, that we're not going to have tiers of service. We're going to, as we build new facilities, it will set the service level, building on the standard we already have, not turning the clocks back and pushing it over the stream towards the creek as we did 30 years ago. We've stepped forward in that, and I think we move into the future with our focus on the vision that we provide the quality of service that the community has expected for some time. And that's why, although I would love to support the motion that's before us as a way forward, I am still needing to be convinced that that's the proper path forward.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I neglected to mention before that I think the motion made by Councillor Melhaff, the Deputy Reeve, is a reasonable way forward, and that these other two items can be reviewed by the new council in the new year.
All right. Councillor Northcott.
I guess my comment is a little bit off topic, but it's really the principle of it, and it's through the discussion of surveys. And I think it just relates to one of the comments that Deputy Reeve Melhaff had made is regarding a survey, or really saying residents were unhappy with the location. However, there was a survey that indicated that 80% of those people were happy. There was a significant document that was developed in Clearwater County in 2023. It was the MDP, Municipal Development Plan. Now that survey was a clear indicator. There was a petition. There was a lot of input from a lot of residents that didn't desire the adoption of that drafted MDP. However, at that point in time, those large majority of residents were disregarded, and that MDP was adopted. But here we have a survey that was completed showing that, there was residents that were favorable to have a waste transfer site in that location. And really to truly have a waste transfer site there that is covered in rig mats, that has public access onto there, really is, as a temporary site, yes, that would, common sense would say, yeah, for a temporary site, but for a long-term permanent solution, for residents to transfer waste would be unacceptable. You know, with slips, trips, hazards that that site would present with rig mats would be unacceptable.
All right. So there's a motion on the floor that Deputy Bylaw has made, and that's to approve the capital budget with the removal of the heated storage and central waste site. So, if there's no other comments or questions, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? And those opposed? And that motion is defeated. So with that, we're still back at our original issue in regards to, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Wondering, kind of subsequent to this previous, or this last vote, is there any member of the prevailing result of that, my original motion before, willing to change their vote? That is an option according to our meeting procedures bylaw, that somebody that was in the prevailing vote could change their vote.
I believe you are correct on that procedure, according to our procedure bylaw. So, are there any of the three that voted opposed are willing to change their vote at this time? And if not, I'm looking for a motion for council.
Your previous motion. I'm like, it was 4 that was against mine.
It was the previous motion, yeah. Councillor Lougheed made, that was defeated. Yeah, we're at an impasse. So, and if no one is willing to, or if those are going to change their motion, then looking, or change their vote, looking for a motion in regards to the capital. Oh, there could be a motion to be reconsidered as well, too, yeah. But if not, looking for another motion in regards to the capital budget for 2025. Is the silence killing you?
And this is more of a comment than anything.
For sure.
I know we're looking at, our community is watching us make decisions. Our other municipal partners are watching us make decisions. In any other level of government, this would be a non-confidence motion in that the aspect of that is basically saying the public is watching this and we don't believe you can make a decision based on us. And it really stimulates a change of those people making the decision. So I want us to be conscious that our actions are viewed, they are important, and when you have a possibility and an opportunity, you don't take it, you will be measured by that more than you are saying no to an opportunity. Say yes, you will be measured by that as well. But I can't think of very many people other than maybe John Diefenbaker when he said no to the Avro Arrow, that has been held up for many years. You're mostly noted for the things you said yes to and the vision you went towards rather than saying I don't want to be with them. I don't know. Just a comment.
Yep. I agree. I think this is something that has been outlined as well, that we can have a further discussion on the 2025 projects with an added counselor and then in the new year. And it's just more or less an item to be able to allow the work plan to be outlaid for 2025. And as Mr. Director Hagan has pointed out, there's a lot of overlap into our operations budget with these capital projects. So if there's some other way that we can find a consensus, that's what I'm looking for. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. both sides on this question seem fairly firm, and an alternative wasn't acceptable. What, and maybe this is more for administration, what would an interim capital budget look like? Or need to be, that could be passed?
Director Hagan.
As Ms. Serhan identified in a previous agenda item today, one of the options available to council is to pass an interim budget. Typically, that relates to operating. And the requirement is that it's for an identified period of time. It is not an interim budget necessarily for the whole upcoming year. An interim budget for capital, I believe, unless I'm misunderstanding the legislation, could be an option to consider, but a time period would have to be identified. And honestly, if we step back and look at the intent of a budget and a financial plan, it is intended to be a plan forward financially. Interim budget is typically only passed if there's not enough information available to make a solid plan. It is really a temporary solution and would indicate that it's less than a full financial plan going ahead. So even though this municipality as it stands today ceases to exist at the end of this month, I think it's important to look ahead to the future in the new municipality, and an approved budget here by this council, as Ms. Serhan identified, and I believe the CAO reiterated as well, will form the majority of that new budget for the interim council of the new municipality to consider.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Radcliffe?
No, not really. I was hoping we could get to some more specifics of something that is basic, that could be agreed on, because I don't think anyone disputes that there isn't good work in this budget, in this capital budget.
Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I couldn't agree more with you, Director Hagan, that it is super important to look ahead. And looking ahead, we have a $50 million deficit in 2028. I think that it's important that we look ahead and we see that that is coming and we plan accordingly. And removing $17 million from a capital plan assists in lowering the 2028 projected deficit. But that, I agree, looking ahead is super important.
And I believe when we were talking a bit about that in our strategic planning last week, I think it was mentioned too that council could bump those projects in 2028 even further if we needed to, or move them up. So it is still the discretion of council again, I believe in the next budget or during the year, that we can bump those projects accordingly. Ms. Serhan?
Yes, so 2028 is, the next 3 years away. So there's many opportunities to change 2028. But I guess back to the Strategic Planning Committee, all of that was identified, and the Strategic Planning Committee was given a opportunity to discuss and ask questions and ask for any information that they wanted to change any part of that capital budget and capital financial plan. I do want to speak to an interim capital budget for a minute. Interim means exactly what Director Hagan said, temporary. And interim and capital don't really go, they're kind of oxymorons, because interim means temporary, but once you move forward on a capital project, there's nothing temporary about it. So the capital budget doesn't actually have, legislation doesn't have option of passing an interim capital budget. There's only the option to pass a capital budget for the current year and for capital financial plan for future years.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. I concur with Ms. Serhan's analysis as well, and also took a look back at her previous item, and interim is only applicable to an operating budget. As well, I did want to point out that, as Deputy Reeve Melhoff has indicated, the projected expenditure for capital into the future years does exceed available funding. So there's really a couple of different options that council will have in the future to deal with that, is either adjust the scope or the timing of the capital projects, or examine and consider various funding options. It could be funded through increased taxes, it could be funded through increased savings through restricted surplus, it could be debt funding as well. None of those decisions have been made yet. That's why it is projected in a deficit, simply indicating those decisions are still to come, those discussions are still to come. Personally, I believe that there's going to be ample opportunity over the coming years for this council, or the interim council, the future council after the election in October, to seize that opportunity and have those discussions going forward and plan for the future.
Thank you. I guess my mind now is going back to Councillor Lougheed's comments in regards to we are in an envious position because with everything that's going around with other municipalities around us, with capital projects being announced in regards to, developer funding, in regards to cogens and data centers and everything else, it leads me to, and even the fact of, the provincial government wanting to increase the opportunities for resort, all-season resort for tourism. We either believe in what's happening with our region and put our dollars where our mouth is, or we're not setting the stage for that opportunity to come. And again, as I stated before, if we hesitate, we're not placing we're not giving the confidence for those developers to come and do that, spend that investment in our community. So capital projects support economic development, and so again, looking at the previous defeated motions, looking to see if there's any appetite to reconsider the motion, or looking for alternatives in regards to having a different motion. Go ahead, CO Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just trying to come up with a suggestion for consideration, and it may require more discussion by council, so I apologize for that, because it's going to be staged. The council members here represent the people of the community. Is it accurate to state that the people of the community, the 30,000 users annually to that site, accept the current service level? Rig matting, just roll-off bins basically, and that lesser level than all the other rurals. If that's what you're hearing, that's a conversation. If it's about the 11 million, would the suggestion be to put in a number in budget 8? Allow further work, Public Works then through the year could come back, and if the estimates are over, that would require council's approval. Is that a thought to proceed? But if it's truly rig match, then it's kind of a moot suggestion.
Right, so I guess what I just heard you offer for a suggestion is really do like a design build to a number, like 8, or whatever this council decides as far as the central site versus what we've been presented as a, you know, an all-inclusive of Stu, where you know, in that regards, what Director Magnus had presented earlier in September, as far as there was 3 options given to us at that point in time. So I guess you're offering a different alternative. Go ahead, Ms. COM.
And to clarify, yes, it would put more on Mr. Hanson and his department, but it would allow bringing back a concept to council for consideration.
Okay. Ms. Serhan?
I'm just looking up that specific project. So there's $275,000 in 2025 for design, and, you know, there's not $11 million in 2025.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melov?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm going to take a stab at another motion here. Last one failed. Let's see if this one does too. That we approve the Ag and Community Services capital budget. Get a chunk of something done.
Go ahead, Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay. I'll try and get this out in a clear fashion. You know, there are community halls and that need upgrades in the community. There's an arena that is quite old and could use a future upgrade. There's light industrial parks that don't have public water or sanitary. There's, as mentioned in the future, there's some 2028, I think Deputy Melhaf said there was some debt there. But if, and like Mr. Hagan, you'd stated, there's an intimate relationship between operating capital budgets. There's, with broadband, we've seen there are revenues, you know, there's roughly $500,000 in revenues. However, they're heavily outweighed by the annual operating and maintenance costs, close to 1.7 million. So there's a significant loss year over year that's projected.
We'll have that discussion in the next item if you want it, but go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
It's
That's a separate
relatable,
item.
and the reason I say this is because, like Mr. Hagan said, there's a relationship between operating and capital, and there's been transfers from you know, from projects to the broadband fund and back and forth. So with the significant amount of, I mean, we're tens of millions of dollars of Clearwater County dollars that'll have to be invested into that project. If the backbone could stay, but the fiber to the X or fiber to the, whatever that is called, if that would be, if that project was to be removed, and
For this conversation, that project is removed into the next item.
yes, I know,
Okay.
but again, I'm just going back
Okay.
to Mr. Hagan's comments that they are, there's a link between all the, you know,
Okay.
there's that intimate relationship between operating and capital. And with that significant investment, if that was removed, you know, if a motion was developed in that way, I would probably support that. Actually, I would support that. But just a comment.
But the way the capital budget was presented, it is removed. It's in the next item altogether. Operating and capital broadband are in the next item altogether. The next agenda, this agenda item removes broadband from operating and capital. It's in the next vote.
Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Right, it is in its own agenda item, you're correct. However, it's, there's that relationship between the whole organization as a whole, really, with Clearwater County. You could take that, I still sense, and with Mr. Hagan's comments, that there is that relationship between operating and capital and the whole organization as a whole with the broadband project. So if that fiber to the X was removed, just throwing those comments out there.
Okay, go to Councillor Ratcliffe, and then we have a motion on the floor.
All right. Thank you, Reeve. I guess I'm following on from Chief Edmonds' comments. although it's very similar to the motion that was already defeated, is can we send these two items back to a strategic planning committee meeting to revise instructions to council and pass the rest of this budget?
Ms. Sarhan?
That project was debated heavily, and would there be more information or different information that would be available that would have this project not move forward? I guess that's the confusing part for me specifically, and I think for administration, is that this is the direction from the Strategic Planning Committee to move forward on that project. That has already happened at several different meetings, so what is it that's missing so that council can't make that decision? Or did council, through the Strategic Planning Committee, not already make that decision?
Councillor Surma?
Yeah, I would like to refer to the Deputy Reeves motion. I will not be voting on anything that dissects this up without the entire council voting on dissecting this up.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Could I have that motion read back to see if my comments would even be appropriate relating to that motion?
Sure. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Sure, I honestly just trying to get us a path forward and get some capital passed. So my motion was to approve the Ag and Community Services capital budget for 2025.
Okay. Any comments or questions on that? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I guess if we were to use that process and go through department by department, how many motions would be required to go through that style of a process to approve every department? And would that be acceptable by staff?
Councillor Cermak.
Then I don't want it by department, I want it by each individual capital project. And there are probably about 40 of them.
So
we'll be having Christmas here.
All right. Ms. Serhant, and then I'll go to Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, so the issue with not having this as being the recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee is that staff had the opportunity to calculate the numbers for each of the motions, and audit requires the numbers, the funding sources, the expenditure for each of the motions. So it would take time to have those calculated. The expenditure probably not as difficult. I think I could run a report for that, but again, just dissecting the funding sources by specific project would be, there would be a lot of work involved in that.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Again, it's probably more of a comment than anything. When I talked about opportunity earlier, I'm not exactly sure what we're doing right now. I see opportunity driving away. I look next door, they just got a $1 billion investment because they were decisive, made the proper rules, and put that vision forward to attract businesses that will create data centers. Much of what we are ideally prepared for, if we move forward with the budget that the Strategic Planning Committee has debated for months and months and months, and the actual detail on the budget over 3 days. Not hearing those questions at that period of time, once the decision is made, now we're trying to reverse the decision. I don't understand why. But the message that does send is that we're not willing to take the opportunity that's directly in front of us and move forward with it. It does take a little leap of faith that we will meet the future. You know, like Wayne Gretzky did, why was he so successful? It wasn't because the puck just came to him. He skated to where he believed the puck was going. That's what made him successful. I think that's something we can build on here too. We have great information behind us. We have been vetted out at many levels for the vision and plan we have here. And at the 11th hour and 59th minute, we're trying to put barriers in place. I don't exactly understand why. I can understand a difficulty with some aspects of each part of this budget that we have thoroughly debated within the strategic planning forum, and that's a public forum too. The public has known our angst around those things. I think we've made those all possible. I could restate again at the budget time that I would support the budget even though I don't like X, Y, and Z within it. I do put full confidence in that strategic planning committee still. I think that sends the message about this council and how it can be decisive and take its governance role seriously as it moves forward, and take those opportunities that we believe we understand as we look at what's happening around us and where we think our opportunities are going and how can we keep that momentum going. I'm not exactly sure why we're trying to change the pathway when we're just ready to take that next step. And I think it's consistent with the approach we've used all the way along the line. I'm just not sure if we're demonstrating consistency in our governance process at this time. But again, I'm looking for ways to move forward too. I know there will be an opportunity as we create a new municipality to delve over many of these capital projects and find a new alignment that keeps that vision consistent as we move forward as well. So I don't think this is the only time we'll ever debate capital expenditures as we move forward into next year.
Thank you. And as we have every month, when we have our end of the month meeting, or our fourth meeting, there's that capital reports project that comes to us and we can ask more questions about or have an opportunity to dive deeper into those projects that are set forth in 2025, should they come about. So there is a motion on the floor to approve the Ag and Community Services capital budget. And that's been a motion. I will not be supporting that motion because for me, this is about the holistic opportunity that we've had all year long in the last 3 days in order to have an opportunity to we've all had an opportunity to engage and give our comments and ask the questions on. Administration was very clear last Friday. If we had any other questions or comments in regards to preparing for today that we were supposed to email so that they could address. That opportunity, I know for myself, I was clear. This has been laid out quite good. I will reiterate the comment that Deputy Reeve has made in regards that it is an aggressive capital plan and going forth, and I think we'll have that opportunity to have further discussion once we become a newly formed municipality in the new year. All right, so I'm going to call, if there's any other comments on the motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Lyon.
Comment, I don't see a reason to bring up everything that we all agreed on and vote on that again. Focus on what you can't get past. And that's, I mean, if there's some part here that you...
I tried that, it failed, so I'm trying this.
Okay.
I'm not going to support the motion. I don't think that's indicates governance and decisiveness.
Okay. All right, motion on the floor to approve the Ag and Community Capital Budget for 2025. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is defeated. Now looking for an alternate motion or an opportunity to, I know for myself, I would like to go to a break at this point in time. I'm wondering if we could go to a lunch, we'll go to our lunch break, I believe it's here. So let's go till 12:40, please. And welcome back. We just finished our lunch break, and we have been discussing item 5.2.2, which is the Strategic Planning Committee capital budget. Oh, sorry, 2.2. Yeah, the capital budget in regards for 2025. And so with that, we have a couple of, I believe 3 defeated motions to date. So anyways, we're looking at finding a solution for the 2025 budget in going forward as a plan for next year. There's been a couple of suggestions and they have not followed through. So anyway, I'm looking to this council to have a discussion in regards to, again, to be clear, the next item will have the capital budget for broadband specifically, but this has been presented without. So that's the one we are on, so 5.2.2. So what is the will of this council? Or suggestions? Councillor Northcott.
Just be able to postpone the decision on this item and then move on to item 5.2.3?
Like till later in the meeting or till next year?
No, just postpone it till later in the meeting. Oh. Yeah, but move on to 5.2.3. Would that be possible or no?
Just for clarif, I would like a reason to, because normally when we postpone, it's for a reason. It's either we run out of time or we're needing more information, or so why would we want to postpone?
Due to indecision, I guess. Just no decisions being made, so just, or we can stay status quo and just continue to stay on 5.2.2.
Well, as indicated in the previous, we have to come, we have to pass the capital plan according to section 2.8.3 in the MGA. Is there a suggestion that you'd like to change the capital plan, and if so, to what? And where are we leading ourselves up to? I guess I'll look at this, the Red Balance of Council. Do you want to postpone this, or do you want to keep going through this thing?
Will postponing it get us to an answer?
Looking at the balance, do you want to postpone it to later on in the meeting and come back? Or do we want to deal with this now? I guess maybe you make an emotion, Councillor Northcott, and then we'll see how that lands us.
Thank you, Reeve. Make a motion that we postpone item 5.2.2 till later on in this meeting. I see Ms. Haight.
Okay.
If that meets all the legislative requirements to postpone this till later on in the meeting, would that be appropriate?
Ms. Haight?
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question again, please?
My intent is to postpone item 5.2.2 because of indecision at this point, till later on in the meeting, and then move to item 5.2.3, which would be a decision on Strategic Planning Committee recommendation for the Broadband Committee. Budget approval.
You can definitely table an agenda item for later in the meeting. That's dependent on council. However, I would defer to Ms. Serhan regarding the whether or not the motion support one and the other. Like, can...
Ms. Serhan?
They are independent. So.
Independent?
Yep.
So, okay. So, yes, if council approves, you could definitely table that item till later in the meeting and move on.
Okay, then I'll make the motion to table item 5.2.2 till later on in the meeting.
Till later on the meeting. Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Counselor Light?
Explore this as a possibility, so I will support the motion.
Okay. All right. I'll have no further lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Moving on then to 5.2.3. And I guess I'll turn that back to Ms. Serhan.
Good afternoon. So this staff recommendation is for the operating and capital budgets for the broadband project. And both recommendations have the dollars for funding and expenditure included in them. Of the $1.7 million budgeted of operating expenses, 503 is expected to be recuperated from broadband operations sale of services. Broadband services continue to grow as ISPs begin to understand the extent of the earning opportunity being available when tying into the open access structure that has been constructed in Clearwater County. Grants from both provincial and federal governments provide for 75% of eligible costs, which works out to approximately 2/3 of the total actual expenditures. Council approval of these budgets will provide administration direction to develop and carry out construction and operational work plans related to broadband in 2025. And what was stated in the previous agenda is that these items were pulled out so that if any council member wishing to take advantage of these projects could recuse themselves without being seen as directing the projects.
Okay, thank you. So we have two staff recommendations in front of us. I believe the committee has had an opportunity to discuss this already at our meeting on Tuesday. So looking for our staff recommendation, motion. Go ahead, Councillor Deputy Reeve Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I will make the motion as per staff recommendation for number 1, for the operating budget.
For the operating budget, thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Northcott.
Just thank you. In this budget, this is mostly, would this be for operational costs for the backbone?
Director.
It's the operational costs for all of the backbone that's been constructed to date, plus the construction that is planned to occur in 2025 and will be lit and live.
Okay.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. As I have no pecuniary interest in this, the MGA requires that I must participate and vote. However, I have a cease and desist letter saying that I cannot ask questions about this. So that leaves me in a position where I cannot support this motion, even though I am a longtime proponent of broadband as essential infrastructure for regional diversity and sustainability.
So, Councillor Ratcliffe, respecting the participation of this agenda item, so yes, you've raised the point that you've been advised by our municipality's legal counsel of your responsibilities to not participate in our council proceedings respecting this broadband project, where your participation could breach the pecuniary interest rules of the MGA. But if you do wish to participate in this manner, I'm just simply clarifying with you that this caution has been advised. So with that, there is a motion on the floor for staff recommendation number 1 in regards to the operating budget. I'll call the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Northcott would like to make one more
Sorry.
comment? No, that's fine.
Just for educational purposes, in the event that there was a pecuniary interest with an individual in whatever subject it might be in, what would be the repercussions, or what could the potential repercussions be in this role? And just for educational, sorry.
Oh, well, so no offense, Councillor Northcott, we've been talking about this particular for 3 years now, and we've come to conclusion with and those consequences have been spoken to us in closed session in regards to the broadband project committee. Yep. So I don't feel it's appropriate to be discussing this via live stream, but I will actually turn it. It's something that it's within the committee, and we've been, like I say, been advised of those consequences through our municipal legal representation.
And the reason I ask it is there's often comments made about pecuniary interest, conflict of interest, but for the viewing public really to get, for their education, to know what the consequences could be or what actions could be taken. I really just...
Well, and again, we'd go through a series of training called EOEP, where they do talk about conflict of interest in those particular training sessions that we've all partaked in. So maybe that's an opportunity for, there's numerous articles that I've read about those two particular conflict, pecuniary, etc. A lot of governance books about that as well. And it's not just at this counter or this level of a public official, it's also on boards, whether they be company boards or industry boards, they do talk about that as well. So I appreciate where you're coming from, and I don't know if there's a succinct answer that can come from our administration, but I'll let Mr. CO Emmons take a stab at it.
Thank you, and if I may, at a high level, Councillor Northcott, that would be a matter before the King's Bench, and I would respectfully suggest it would depend on severity, but if it was found it would open up not only the individual, but Clearwater County to expose liability, and if it came with council support, council members as well.
Okay. All right, so motion on the floor for staff recommendation number 1 in regards to approving the 2025 operating budget for the broadband operations. No other lights. Oh, Councillor Northcott, sorry.
No, that interest just that caught my ear at the end. Council member, just if you could repeat the last little bit there, Mr. Emmons, it was about council members, for participation, or just clarity on that. I just
as an individual that runs his own company,
yes.
An employee can be held personally liable if negligence is proven. No different than a council member. If advised accordingly through legal, through administration, and council through the democratic process went opposed, the King's Bench could rule otherwise.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Haight.
Thank you, and if I could just add to what CAO Emmons is stating, the first step would be if there was a code of conduct complaint filed, because if it was determined that a councillor's participation and discussion and voting on a matter that there was pecuniary interest, then a code of conduct would be filed, and then the investigation, it would follow the bylaw, because that's one of the breaches in the code of conduct bylaw. So that would be the starting point, and then it would lead into, as what CAO Emmons has reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott.
I apologize for the questions, however, I find this very educational, this whole process here, and thank you for staff for the high level of professionalism and the time. Code of conducts, again, just for the viewing public, who's eligible to bring forward a code of conduct? Is it only council members, or is it administration or members of the public who's eligible to bring forward a code of conduct, and how does that process work in simple form? Sorry.
CO Emmons.
I will look to Ms. Haight to correct me. She's more intimate with that bylaw than I, but at the time, I believe all of the above.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarity.
Once again, staff recommendation is on the floor in regards, the motion is on the floor that council approves the 2025 operating budget for the broadband operations. I will call the question. No lights?
No lights. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just making sure. All right. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. Now looking at staff recommendation number 2 in regards to the 25. Thank you, Councillor Lahi.
Staff recommendation number 2.
Okay, Councillor Lahi makes that motion. Councillor Northcott.
Can we get a verbal on the staff recommendation for number 2?
Would you like to read it out, please, Councillor Lockett?
Read it if that benefits anybody here. That council approves Clearwater County's 2025 capital budget for broadband totaling $40,835,146, and I believe no cents, with funding of $28,697,830 through capital revenues and $14,977,846 being funded through restricted surplus transfers as recommended by the Broadband Committee and Strategic Planning Committee.
Thank you for the verbal motion. Could you read it backwards? Okay. All right. So with that, there's no comments or questions. Councillor Northcott.
I'd just like to request a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Northcott requests a recorded vote. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Now moving on, I believe that item is concluded. Now moving on to the reports. We have before us the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services and Community Peace Officers Report for November of 2024. I found it very interesting reading through that report that there was still the highest speed of 61 kilometers over the speed limit. So even though we have winter conditions out there, people are still got the pedal to the metal. So any other comments or questions, or looking for a motion to accept for information? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I just have a question about the Fire Rescue Service report. I'm wondering what the difference is between deployment and incidents.
The difference between, I'm going to invite Director Haggart to come to the,
Okay.
give you your answer.
Are
What
deployments
page?
out of the area and incidents are in the area?
I'm just gonna take a look at the report and make sure I'm looking at the same thing as you.
It's
What page?
on
Bear with me.
bottom of page 87, the very last block there.
I assume you're correct, but I just wanna see it before I get to it.
In the graph.
The WUI team goes out on deployment as an example, and sometimes they take call members with them to help supplement them, so just, I suspect that's where she will.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And thanks, Jana, for pulling that up on the screen so I could see it as well. I didn't have a printed copy of the agenda, so I apologize. I was struggling through the laptop to find the page. So the deployment that's noted on there would be if they're deployed to something outside of the municipal jurisdiction. So it could be through the Wildland Urban Interface. It could be other types of mutual aid deployment as well. But seeing none, I'm assuming that's answers your question, like there's 0 for deployment.
Yeah.
And then what was the other question that you had with that?
The one below incidents.
So yes, those would be things that happen within the municipal jurisdiction of Clearwater County, Town of Rocky, or the Village of Caroline. So those incident numbers, that 43 should match the number that's up above that shows you where each of those incidents would happen.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
43 incidents in 1 month. It's more than one a day.
So looking for a motion to accept the report for information. Go ahead. Deputy Mello? Makes that.
Thank you, Reeve. I will happily make that motion, but I also wanted to point out the charity check stop, raising $9,426 to the Lord's Food Bank, the one within the town of Rocky Mountain House. And I believe that's, or is that both of them combined? And $1,880 for the Caroline Church of the Nazarene. So congratulations, and thank you for the efforts of those volunteers to support our community in yet another way, as they already do. And I appreciate their efforts, and I'll make the motion to accept for information.
Thank you. And thank you for pointing that out. I think it was very generous again in our residents contributing to that. All right, if there's no other further comments or questions in regards to the vote, or in regards to the report, because the motion's on the floor to accept for information, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to the Office Administrator memo and report for December 10th. That comes right from Municipal Affairs in that regards. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Emmons, I'd love you to explain more of what Ms. Reynolds' job is throughout this whole process.
CEO Emmons?
Thank you for the question. Her appointed position is OS, which is overseer. So she is literally that, Deputy Reeves. She is watching over administration and Clearwater County Council, as well as administration and council for the Village of Caroline at this time, ensuring that, number one, the budget before both municipalities do not reflect the other municipality in an abnormal way. Number two, ensuring that no long-term commitments, as we spoke of earlier in today's meeting, and approving all subsequent draft meeting minutes and agendas prior to.
Okay.
Thank you. I move to accept recommendation.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I've never seen this before. When was this person appointed and why was she appointed? Was it just because we're amalgamating that they want to have a second view of what we're doing out here?
CEO Emmons?
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Not in legislation. It is the minister's discretion. So because we are going through, and I'll use that terminology because it truly doesn't happen until January 1st. So going through amalgamation, it is the minister's right, privilege to assign somebody for this purpose, and he has taken that option.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to accept for information. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Just a little more in depth. Knowing our corporate structure and that if I have a complaint from a ratepayer, typically that might filter up and through administration through you. Should I be directing those calls to this individual as well? It just seems as though this individual holds the top tier position, at least come January 1st within this district or region. I'm just trying to understand. I don't want to inappropriately direct those frequent calls I get for service.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Lougheed. I would respectfully suggest that that might be out of scope.
Any other further comments or questions on that? All right, correspondence. I'll call the question. All those in favor for information, except for information. That motion's carried. All right, moving on to now to verbal council reports. I'll start to my right. And that would be since December 10th. So Councillor Lougheed, would you like to begin with the verbal?
First? Yeah,
Yes, please.
I'd like to say it's been a busy and productive week, but I'm not going to say that. But ultimately, I hope for a successful conclusion to today, as well as I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I've had a very busy 10 days. Obviously, we were all at the strategic planning meetings, and my family actually attended the pool Christmas movie where they do a Christmas movie while swimming in the pool. That was a great event, and thank you to the team that put that on. Also had a PAC meeting, so the public advisory meeting for the land use bylaw to go over Nordic, and I gave the team made some suggestions for that, and I'm really looking forward to the group meeting in January with the PAC and the strategic steering committee. I think that'll be very valuable. And Municipal Planning Commission had their last meeting of the year as well to go over the last development permits and or suggestions to council for the year. I also had an opportunity to discuss with several community members and with regards to the changes within Wildrose School Division in the last week or so. And I would really like to take the opportunity to ask my fellow teams in council that we do something. We need to do something. I'm a firm believer that we cannot just watch this happen on the sidelines. And I would actually go so far as to move that we have administration write a letter on behalf of council supporting Wildrose School Division in their advocacy to the federal government to remove the delays and red tape in association with the Jordan's principal funding. I think that we need to do something to support the Wildrose School Division and those students that are directly affected by the issues within our federal government.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the motion. I'm going to open up for discussion or comments on that motion, and I firmly believe with you, we need to, with all the disarray that's happening at that federal level, that if we don't put it out there, and it maybe assists our Wildrose School Division to have a firmer stance on that decision that came down from that level. And Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to, or Councillor Ratcliffe was first, then Councillor Northcott. Sorry. No. Councillor Ratcliffe, then you.
Thank you, Reeve.
Yep.
Could we have a little more background on that situation for those watching that might not?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I don't know if we have enough time for
Yeah,
enough time for that. honestly, I would encourage you to reach out to the trustee that's in, that services your region and find out more about it. And I think that we as Clearwater County need to support them, to ensure that the students within our community are supported fully. The backlogs within the federal government on grant funding is truly what has caused many of the issues that they are facing. To have to lay off that many staff that support some of the most vulnerable within our community due to funding backlogs is very upsetting. And I think that we need to do something.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No,
Okay, thank you. That provides a lot of background for the situation.
for sure. Councillor Scott.
I just wanted to get clarity on the Jordan principal funding. That is not me. That is not me. I just wanted to throw that out there to clear up any confusion. That is not my principal funding ideologies. But Councillor Ratcliffe and myself both sit on FCSS. A lot of that discussion with many organizations that are related to many social programs, along with student resources and stuff like that for Wildrose School Division. I brought those concerns up at those board meetings as well.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
I guess I'm born under a rock because I have never heard of this before.
The Jordan's principal, the announcement?
Can somebody explain?
Okay,
Before
Councillor.
I vote, I need to have some kind of information.
No worries.
So there was quite a backlog in funding for divisions across this country, let alone just our school division. And grant money still has not been allocated as it normally would have been. And many staff, I believe the final number was just under 50 staff actually ended up being in EAs and had to be laid off starting today. And EAs are actually what provide educational assistance for the most vulnerable in our schools. Those are the high needs individuals to help them get through the day-to-day work of school, of learning. And some of these people are one-on-one, some of them are not, but to help them get through school and become the best they can be in our world. And those individuals had to be laid off due to the backlog and delay in funding from our federal government. I'm hoping I was able to sum it up enough.
And there's what, 52 of them through our own Wildrose School Division?
Just
laid
under
off?
50, I believe,
Just
was the total
yeah.
number, but I could be wrong.
In our school
Just
division?
in our school
Wild
division,
Yeah.
laid
Holy
off because of
crap.
this. That's why I think we need to do something. And the thing I think that we can do is to write a letter supporting Wildrose School Division, who is the expert in this, in supporting their advocacy for the changes that they see would be appropriate for the school system and the way that they receive their funding.
For that.
Okay. So thank you again for the motion. I'll go to Ms. Haight before we vote.
Thank you. So just to review process, this is a motion that is basically being added to the agenda. So if this is something that needs to be done urgently, then a motion to dispense with notice is to come first, and then the motion made after that.
Okay, so do I have to withdraw the motion I already made? Or, because I did make the motion already, so I
Okay.
can withdraw that?
Withdraw the motion?
Yeah, and then have a motion to dispense with notice, because the process, if you had a motion that you wanted to make, the process is to submit a notice of motion, but.
Or change the agenda, right?
Or add an item to the agenda, yes.
Which is what I wanted to do this morning.
Sorry.
Yes.
It is what it is, that's fine.
Yeah, so, just a motion to dispense with notice.
Yep.
And then the motion to
Okay, so
write the letter.
my first thing would then be to withdraw, so withdraw the current motion
Yep.
and make a motion to dispense with notice for the aforementioned, so that I can make the aforementioned motion. Okay, so I make the motion to request dispense of notice.
Okay. All clear? Okay, I'll call the question to dispense with motion, or dispense with notice. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, go forward again. Miss, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Do I need to make the motion again? Like, you want me to read it all out again? Okay. I move that administration write a letter supporting Wild Rose School Division in their advocacy to the federal government to remove the delays and red tape associated with the Jordan Principal funding.
Any comments or questions on that motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you for allowing that to take place.
You bet. All right, no further, in your verbal council report? Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott, verbal council report.
I did attend the strategic planning committee meetings. I was awfully sick, so I did attend them virtually. So my apologies for not being here in person, but I was there for 3 days virtually. I attended a Community Futures Central Alberta meeting a couple of days ago. That organization does have, they have online courses now for new businesses. There's 4 courses, and there's 5 modules in each course that they can take. They're offered free. All they have to do, anybody that's interested in attending those or wanting to get either all the courses or 1 or 2 of the courses are for business development and business success related. They can just contact the Red Deer Community Futures office, and they'll be connected with the link that way. That's really all I have to report since our
Okay, thank you for that.
previous council meeting.
Awesome. And that access for those courses is just through their website, or should you call?
Call them.
Call them?
Yeah, call them, and then they'll email you a link and stuff like that and get you set up for whichever courses you'd like to.
And their number is? Just kidding.
342-20.
Oh, he's got it.
403-342-2055.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Very good. Going on then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. My report is shorter than usual. With the rest of council, we did have those 3 days of strategic planning. And then last Monday, Councillor Northcott and the Reeve and I attended a special FCSS meeting in order to prepare for a meeting with the MLA. So there's some good ideas and discussion coming out there. And of course at MPC, day before yesterday, we had a small number of land amendments to clean things up for the year. And I want to pass on my best wishes to everyone in the county to have an enjoyable holiday, spending time with family and friends, have a great Christmas, and look forward to continued prosperity in the new year.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Larry. I attended our regular council meeting here on the 10th. I thought it went well. We discussed a lot, got a lot done. I did attend the 3 days of the stat meeting. I thought that we had some really robust information exchanges amongst the council, and I thought everything was pretty well cut and dried and set out and everything, but I think I got a surprise today. It's not as good as I thought it was. So I guess we'll keep doing some more endeavors later today. And I attended a Christmas party at our community ag in Caroline. And it was so nice to see. We had all the volunteers there of all of the user groups of that area and community. I think there was 20-some people there, all volunteers. And I had to get up and say how much I appreciated each and every one of them, how much time and work that they put into that area of our county to make it a vibrant and a welcoming area of this community. I have never heard anybody say anything bad about how welcoming our volunteers are in that area. It was such a pleasure to see that. And they do work hard. I was just, it's really nice to see that in this day and age. People are struggling. It's financial burden, but they still put their community first. That is so nice. And I wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and I hope that volunteers continue. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess for mine, yes, I attended of course, the strategic plan with you all. I've been participating on the Unstoppable Coaching Zoom calls, of which the January 8th is an in-person with a business component in the afternoon for the businesses, and then the balance of the invitees in the evening. On the 8th, there'll be, of course, it's been announced that there'll be a second intake in that particular community transformation on third week in February. The date eludes me at this point in time. But participating on those calls have been continue to learn and engage. It's been good that way. As mentioned, yes, I was an observer at the FCSS meeting on Monday. Did partake in the Rocky Learning Center AGM. Because we have lost Councillor Graham, I went in her place. Been a couple of interviews with B94 in regards to amalgamation, and the other morning I went on for the chamber passport, which been a bit of an update. What did they say, $3.5 million spent in our local community up to this point. So what has been submitted, that's been fantastic. Did a couple hours of planning for a regional housing workshop for January 23rd for our Rocky Senior Housing Board, and so we've invited the Rocky Regional Housing Foundation, West Country Family Services, and Caroline Chamber, and I'm trying to think of the fourth one right now off the top of my head. Anyways, and we were going to just have a bit of more of a rounded conversation about what community and senior housing looks like in our region that day. And we can share, Councillor Cermak and I can share with you after that. And last evening I went to the Central Alberta Reeves and Mayors gathering. We gather quarterly, and it's great to hear some of the other. I felt sorry for the Mayor Bentley. He announced they have a new rail. It's called the Red Deer Rail that's going to be happening now that the elevator burnt down. There's a great area there for a train to come. They get a new floor in their arena because their floor is not level, so they're getting that. And if they ever decide to build a new arena, that floor is transferable. And he had a few other little small good things. But on his way to the meeting last night, he hit a deer. So he said he had to use some of his old duct tape to keep everything put together to get there, but he managed. So anyways, good Lord was looking after him. So anyways, so we had a good chuckle last night. But other than that, that was a good meeting last night to get together with our fellow elected officials. And so that's my report as well. So looking to get a motion to accept the verbal council reports. Councillor Cermak.
I would make that motion. And another thing I'd like to add to yours, did you know that that arena came from Nordig? That is in Bentley.
Oh, really? Did not know.
That's where it was moved to.
Oh, interesting.
Can we have it back?
So you figure out how many years that is, and it's just now the floor is a little unlevel.
Just a little.
That's pretty amazing.
That is. Well, thank you for that history. Very good.
And I'll make a motion.
Thank you. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of the accepting the verbal reports? Okay, that motion's carried. Thank you. 6.4 is the council remuneration. If there's no comments or questions, looking for a motion to accept the council remuneration. Councillor Lougheed. Thank you. All those in favor? It's carried. I'm just looking to the balance of council. Do we want to lift 5.2.2 before we go into the notice of motion, or do we want to go through notice of motions and then go back to 5.2.2?
This motion to postpone it,
well,
I think it'd be up
Do you
to-
want to carry on or go back?
Well, it doesn't matter, whatever
Okay.
the balance council.
Okay, well, let's go to the notice of motion. And Councillor Melhoff has put forward two notices of motion. So I'll let her read her notice of motions, 7.1 and 7.2. I think as per procedure that there'll be more information to come at the next meeting. So go ahead.
Yes, we directed that Councillor directs administration to engage with AFCA to build a resolution to submit to FCM to investigate changes to underwriters and NFPA to better reflect the apparatus needs of the modern fire service.
Okay, that will be
That will come back, I guess, January 14th.
Okay.
The issue with it coming back January 14th is we then miss the deadline for FCM. So it would then be going to their next application, but
Okay.
is what it is.
Okay, so that one is 7.1.
First, that's being the first notice.
Yep, and the second?
The next notice is that council directs administration to investigate advocacy options for removing the burdensome nature of the FRIAA grants and the impact of removing the funding from the government allocations directly and only into these granting programs.
Okay.
And again, that will be coming January 14th, missing the deadline for resolutions for zones for RMA. But I do believe there is another process there in talking with the resolutions committee. Our zone has another option within it, and it can still make it in time for our main zone meeting. But we can investigate that further should this pass the notice of motion process in January.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for reading those. So no motions are required on those two items. So now going back, looking for a motion to lift 5.2.2 from the floor. Councillor Northcott,
I'll make that motion lifted.
thank
from the
you.
table.
All those in favor? Motion's carried. So now that we're back to 5.2.2, we've had maybe some time to reflect. Again, going back, there's been a couple of motions that have been, there's been motions that have been defeated, but there's multiple suggestions. We could reconsider a motion. We can change. It was offered just to put an amount, if that was so the desire in regards to the central site. Yes. What are the wishes of this council? The floor is open. Well, I'm going to throw one out there. I'll make a motion to, because as Director Magnus had given us an earlier email in regards to the central site, and that in the belief that some of the report was maybe a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? little higher. Could we then make the motion to put that central site at a top-up level for the paving? Because I believe the paving was coming in 2025, correct? Or is it, no, it was 320. I gotta go back to your email, I apologize. It was for, you gave us the, sorry. Okay, COMs, you have that in front of you in the,
Thank you,
it was the
Swanson.
operations, that's what I was looking at.
If I may, administration would deem it fairly important that this council land on not only location, there's a motion, push pit, there's also a motion, but need consensus on the two for sure before paving ever took place, because the grading is imperative to accommodate what type of structure.
Correct. And forgive me, I was mixing up Director Martinson had given us in regards to a question in regards to the operation costs. That's what it was. So forgive me, I was mixed up on that one. Okay. I do believe we can go forward with the majority of that. I mean, there's the opportunity to have more discussion once we are in the new year, but I would like to ask if that's the main one, or are we, as far as the heated storage, I look at the heated storage as no more being important than having heated storage for fire as well. You know, you want your waste trucks to work well, same with our plow trucks, so that's where those services are. So that's why I'm in favor of the heated storage in that area, because that's where those services are, so. But I guess it's the level of service that we want to provide and going from there. Again, where do we sit on this?
I tried 2 motions already.
That's fair. So for, would it be like if a motion to would it be a motion to reconsider? Is that the process? Okay, so, but unfortunately, sorry, would it be someone on the prevailing side to say that, or someone who has, okay.
My understanding is yes.
Okay. So it would have to be a motion to reconsider, okay. So I'll make a motion to reconsider the option of to reconsider the 2025 capital.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
The prevailing side was the defeated side.
Oh,
so
sorry.
it would have to be somebody else.
For sure, that's right.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Pardon me, that's true, if they decide to exercise that. Change it again, that's true, you could. Okay, that's fair. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Serhan.
Thank you. So again, there's $275,000 in budget for 2025 for the waste transfer site. That being said, of course, there has been much debate and discussion regarding the location and the overall service that is to be provided for that site. And does council expect there to be that big of a change in that project to have this be the project that doesn't let the rest of the budget move forward. Am I being totally unclear there? I feel like that wasn't said very well. But 275,000 is all that's that's being budgeted in 2025. However, that is going to be the design for the project as a whole. And that project has been debated and discussed, and the costs will be reflected in 2026 as to what the design comes out at,
Councillor Lai?
as directed by
And
strategic.
thank you for that. I was gonna ask what those numbers were. So I'm just sensing this holdup is to place or retain $275,000 in restricted surplus for an extra year or several. And in the meantime, we have a very aggressive budget, as was described before, being held up on $275,000 coming from restricted surplus. I'm just trying to understand it.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. And maybe I'm misunderstanding. Is that $275,000 not to do the design of then a facility that ends up being almost $11 million? We're gonna design it and then just never build it? Like, that would be silly. So it is the design and therefore laying out the road to the final building that is slated to be almost $11 million. If I'm wrong in that, absolutely love to be corrected, because I don't want to hold up a budget for 270,000. I'm holding up a budget because of an $11 million facility. So maybe I'm wrong.
COM, and so then I'll go to Mr. Haran.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And I think perhaps maybe council, of course, had the benefit of strategic planning sessions, and we've heard a lot of conversation around the concern of the price for this site. We've talked about the amount of users this site has comparatively. We've talked about the importance of doing our best to achieve a comparable level of service at this site as to our others. I wouldn't mind actually putting Director Hansen on the spot, because we can focus on that number, but I think it's important to break it down as to whether or not it would be rig mats forever, or pave that site and move the exact same system onto a paved site. Because that paving in itself is a couple of million right there, which brings down the cost of no matter what on that 10+ million site for a permanent site substantially. So if I may, Eric, I think it's important for council to understand there's a cost no matter what option, and there's a trade-off there.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess, and with our process, I think, if we can spend a little bit of time identifying that, the $275,000 is absolutely what Councillor Milhoff described. It is setting out the roadmap for the ultimate build. It really sounds like there may be more discussion required as we're going through that, because, the benefits of having all that information in front of council and a strategic planning committee in the future would be, is trying to get the definition of that level of service that this council really wants, and describing the advantages of building a push pit. When every time that we bring up the idea of diversion of whether it be recyclables or additional garbage to go to other facilities that we tend to get excited about, those opportunities aren't here with the type of facility that we have today. We need to be able to get ourselves in a position to have a facility that can actually be loaded in order to get that tonnage, and to have an efficient transportation system in order to get, if the decision was to divert that waste to a biodiesel facility, et cetera, if that was the decision of the future, which, as we're discussing the future, this is a 50-year build. What is this what is this facility supposed to look like in 50 years? You know, is what we have today going to be our long-term solution? We asked that question before, and the answer was, no, that is not what we want for the next 50 years. We want to have a modernized facility that can adapt to these emerging technologies. So, but really, you know, to go right back to what I've said, the $275,000 is really the plan to get us into that facility, but it could also be included as additional discussion is required in 2025 to make sure that we're building the facility, we're doing the design of the facility that really meets the needs of this council.
So question then for you. There have been plans made in the past of projects that have taken a shelf, correct?
Absolutely. It was even the best example I'm going to say is Stewart Street. In 2024, we completed the detailed design of Stewart Street, but through the inclusion of all those other items that we've done in Nordig, it actually is our recommendation that we park the detailed design of Stewart Street, finish Center Street, and then subsequently do Stewart Street in the future. So that investment's not lost. It'll be just utilized at a future date.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Serhan?
Yes, and I believe that the $275,000, like Director Hansen said, is to produce the designs of the facility that is the wishes of this council and the Strategic Planning Committee. And I thought that was why the Strategic Planning Committee voted to move it, like not, it was in 2026, that $275,000, but the Strategic Planning Committee asked that it be moved into 2025. So that's the confusion for me, is like, where does this project lie in priorities for council and the Strategic Planning Committee?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lai?
I think both Director Hansen and Manager Serhan have outlined what I was going to suggest, is that this was thoroughly debated within several portions of the Strategic Planning Committee's work over the last number of months, and the solution that we directed administration. We have a problem. We have a problem with that needing a facility, and these were the options that they brought forward, and those were debated soundly, and then administration came back with something incorporated within a proposed budget, and this Strategic Planning Committee recommended even moving that schedule up. Now I'm seeing that as a barrier moving forward with the budget. That's a little puzzling to me, but I mean, maybe it just requires more comfort with that overall. But I can say that if it is a 2025 decision to get additional information for, you know, some baseline engineering on this and understanding the cost more, that will be a decision for the next council. And I know there was some feedback about not having a lot of public involvement on that. Well, there is a huge public engagement session coming up next year, and I'm sure this will be part of that public engagement session, of you being able to advocate, or those candidates being able to advocate whether they like this solution and they can move forward with that solution in their term. And that's, I think, having that information there, we believe, I think, as a functional sounding committee that or council we have now, that we're offering solutions as we move forward. We know we have a problem, and we've created some solutions. We're not fully affecting the solution in this budget cycle. That comes forward, and nobody here can absolutely guarantee what the next budget is going to entail. The priorities may change, and so I don't think spending a bit of money on, you know, a rather large project and having the sound engineering data in place in 2025 does anything but improve that ability to articulate this project to the community as we move forward. I don't see as this should be a barrier to us endorsing the plan we've already kind of endorsed.
Sure. I'm going to ask Director Hansen, did the past council, did we not approve to do some preliminary engineering on like the Ochis Road up to a certain point too? We had endorsed some engineering dollars for that, and then that's just waiting on the shelf to get that third partner in order to move forward with that project. And it's been, what, 4 years since we've done that engineering?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So that was identified as, it was, as we were looking at a pending project that we felt that was getting really close. We did actually allocate those dollars to that project. That wasn't utilized even close to his extent. If we're going to discuss about things that were actually invested, even the ag rec facility last year, the administration building, we actually allocated $100,000 in for whether it be through geotech or whether it be engagement, public engagement or additional fact finding that was required. And we didn't use any of those funds last year in regards to those two projects. We had a lot of great discussion over regarding facilities. I presented at least 4 different agenda items there about municipal facilities and what the options would be available to council. We looked at, whether we should be constructing a purpose-built facility. Other options were to rent additional facilities as we need. The other one was to purchase another additional piece of land with a non-purpose-built facility that we could retrofit, for example. And the other one was to do an entirely new land investigation to say, if siting is the most important thing, do we engage a land agent to find out what potential properties could be for sale? Those questions were asked, and ultimately through great discussion and was to say, a new purpose-built facility was the desire of the committee, and that's why it was brought forward for budget deliberations.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Consideration to have to close that central site to the public. If that site isn't upgraded, it continues on with just temporary rig mats for the safety residents. At what point in time, or is there a projected date that may have to close that site just due to safety concerns with residents, or?
We would continue to adapt to whatever service level that the council would decide that they want to see out in that area. The safety of our public is our #1 priority, so we will always adapt to make sure that it's a safe site to operate. We're just looking to try to plan for the future and say what is going to be the 50-year build for the 50-year outlook for this facility.
Right, I guess my question, if it was to stay status quo as with rig mats as a base, is there a possibility that site could possibly have to be closed just due to, torn out boards and bolts and stuff showing through, or tripping hazards for residents, or when those mats are deteriorated?
Yeah, we expected that the degradation of those rig mats will occur, and then we will, like I say, adapt to that ongoing situation as we monitor it, and those rig mats would have to be replaced as required. But we'd ultimately projected about a 5 lifespan with those. Like I said, we've added the aggregate to the boards to try to eliminate or to reduce the tripping hazard that's been created when you're putting those. And to be fair, they're not rig mats, they're access mats, so they actually have that gap in between each board, whereas rig mats are generally solid, just, and butted up against each other. These access mats are just that. They provide a all-season, all-weather access in that area, and we've had to, there again, adapt to because they're not designed for pedestrian use. We actually had to, like I say, fill all the voids with aggregate to try to reduce that tripping hazard. So we've identified that as not a high level of service for that site, and the committee has ultimately agreed with us, and we're just trying to get it to the next step.
That would be actually quite a task to even clean up all those access mats.
It will be.
Yeah, there will be pieces and parts, and yeah.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. I was to the solid waste site last Saturday, and the measures you've been taking seem quite effective in reducing any risk there for the meantime. Director Hansen, you mentioned previously about a number of factors that could come into play in the near future, and that's a concern I have, that we really don't know the impact of EPR. We don't know what any regionalization might have for an impact on that site. And that is one of my concerns for the position I have, is that I doubt very much we can look at that as a 50-year investment. That it may be more like 10 to 20, just because of the impacts of change.
Yeah, well, in the design, you know, and that's the nice thing about taking the time with our design is it is scalable. Recognizing there was an existing municipal partner and knowing the population growth that we've seen in the region, it has not been exponential. Even if there was a user change and, you know, and actually involve the local municipality, that site could be scalable to actually facilitate that. EPR, from what I've heard, is not as scary as what some people make it out to be. It's an additional place to put more bins that need to be picked up and then have a different destination and some sorting requirements, but it doesn't require technology to do the sorting. It's just more, maybe more monitoring. I think, I say, with the design that we presented to the committee, that we'd be in a good position to adapt and react to any of those foreseeable aforementioned ideas or speculations that you might have identified there. I don't see the risk in the design that we're creating, and we'll have another year of design and more introduction into that EPR to be able to modify the design if needed to adapt to that.
Mr. Han?
Yeah, in my time doing this, I guess, building of budgets and trying to help councils find a way to provide the services that they want to their residents, I find that assets actually tend to be stretched out longer than be discarded earlier. A good example we have right now is the recreation facility within the town of Rocky Mountain House. That redesign was done in 2013 with a plan of adding on to it in 10 years. So that was 2 years ago. And so we're at 12-year mark and just starting to talk again about what the master plan looks like and what the services are. So in my experience, assets tend to be pushed to their limit with municipalities, not only because of the length of time it takes to make decisions, but because it's community dollars that are going to be spent, and it takes time to ensure that this is the services that is wanted by the communities.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Mr. Han, you said that very well again, and so I'll just maybe put this out there on, again, why I'm opposed to the budget. It's really, you know, because everything is linked, whether it's capital, operating, and broadband, but with the large numbers of over, you know, the over $40 million of investment into the broadband, along with the over $1 million in annual operating maintenance costs, which will only grow more as time goes on and the program is expanded. I think at this point in time, those dollars and cents could be used to go back to those projects that Mr. Han just stated. There's many buildings, there's buildings and structures in the county that have had restrictions placed on them for limited public attendance to have events. You know, there are new fire codes and things that have come up. So they're, just in my opinion, there are other priorities those dollars and cents could be used on. And you know, there is other forms of access to the internet, and other businesses in Clearwater County, if they've desired to have a fiber connection, some of them have already gotten it, and there's the ability to get that. So that's my reason for being opposed to the budget.
All right. So with further explanation, maybe more conversation and more clarity with what's going on in regards to the solid waste that's been moved up to start in 25 until 26, and et cetera, that we've just had a very robust discussion about. Is there any other movement or motion or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Well, motions to remove the contentious items from this budget and basically pass them on to the interim council have failed. So I would make a motion that we create a contingency item, for, like an interim budget to carry us through into the new year. I don't know what we would need, 200,000 for wages to keep people going, the project's people going. And we will have one more member on the interim council, so there will not be a tie.
All right. Councillor Ratcliffe makes a motion to create a contingent or interim budget until the interim council is sworn in. Councillor Lougheed?
Just so I can understand this, the suggestion was that we kick this forward and keep some contingency, say $200,000 to pay wages while we wait for this council to make a decision. Yet we'll bring the budget down for a $275,000 budget item, which would give us useful information going into a decision-making thing next fall. I'm just trying to understand the logic here and how I can explain that to the constituency, that they will spend $200,000 just to kick the decision down the road, or we could move forward with something that brings us valuable engineering information around one of the potential solutions we've put in with strategic planning to address one of the major problems that isn't going to go away. So I'm just, if I understand that that's what's being
proposed,
suggested with this motion, I find it difficult to support that.
Well, and respectfully, the new councillor coming on board in the interim, although we have extended the invitation for her to watch, she does not necessarily have the full background of the project. So there again, there could be delays into having a discussion going forward. So in that particular, for that particular project, so of which, I don't know, if a counselor hasn't been part of a background discussion, are they allowed, can they recuse themselves from something like that? If they haven't been a part of it in the past? I'm curious about that one. Go ahead, CEO Lawrence?
Truly lays on the counselor, like if a counselor hasn't been in any part of the background, then it's typically on that counselor to make the decision. I don't have the knowledge, I haven't been a part of those meetings, so therefore I recuse myself. Would definitely be one decision, but it does fall on that counselor.
For sure. Thank you. Ms. Durham?
I just want to talk about process. If this capital budget was approved at this meeting, what will happen is both the budget that's been approved at the Village of Caroline for the 2025, both operating and capital will be combined with operating and capital that's approved at this meeting, and it will be voted on again on January 7th. So there will be, I guess, opportunity to change or discuss anything there. However, back to my original advice or information is that these topics have been discussed and recommended by this team. So if there is things in this plan, administration would like to know, what it is that needs to be changed.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Since we brought up Caroline and the fact that we'll be merging the two budgets together, they did an interim budget, did they not, knowing that amalgamation was coming? They knew that they needed to do an interim budget?
Ms. Serhan?
They did call it an interim budget, but that implies that a formal budget would come forward at some point, and because that municipality will no longer exist, there will not be another opportunity for them to pass a formal budget. So the correct procedure should be to pass a budget, knowing that it needs to be passed again on January 7th.
And I do believe they just finished having their meeting on the 18th, I think was their last, so there could be an opportunity for Ms. Reynolds to have a comment on that at that level, so. Director Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. And just to clarify, if we're talking capital, as we noted earlier, the MGA does not provide for an interim budget for capital.
So this particular motion,
So-
doesn't allow.
Yeah. So the motion that Councillor Ratcliffe just made was just more or less, yeah, we couldn't approve, correct? Director Hagan?
As it stands, I would say it wouldn't meet the requirements of the MGA.
It would not. Okay. So with that, I don't know, can we request, I don't know, if Councillor Ratcliffe, you would have to, I guess, retract your motion, I think. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I think an alternative could be to remove the word interim. And I have more faith in our public works people that wages in whatever period it would take for the interim council to come up with a final budget, that those people would be put to work on something useful.
Okay. So just looking at the time, I would like to take a quick 10-minute break, please. And welcome back from our break. And we are currently deliberating item 5.2.2, which is the 2025 capital budget. It's specifically under the staff recommendation is number 3, that in regards to the 2025 capital budget excluding broadband. So with that. So we've been asking some questions and getting more clarification, specifically on the central waste site and somewhat of the heated storage that are the two particular items that are of projects identified. And so Councillor Ratcliffe, just before the break, put forth the motion that council directs administration to create a contingency budget until the interim council approves a capital budget. So that is the motion on the floor. And I'm looking for comments and questions and direct our conversation or our questions, comments to that motion. Till I can call a question. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just a question for administration. With this, with this motion, meet requirements of the MGA?
Ms. Sura.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a capital budget. If, like, I don't know what the dollars are, what they're for, what project they're getting assigned to. It isn't a capital budget. So in my mind, it does not meet legislation.
So you would like more detail, correct? Yeah. Councillor Lloyd.
And if a motion like this were to pass, we would need to go back and address some of the motions previously done to this that would align this particular motion with those, or those motions with this, because they're two different things. We've directed to assign certain amounts of restricted surplus to a project that isn't really necessarily been given the go-ahead by a strategic planning committee or a motion of council. It's kind of this is kind of a pause. And we've already indicated a work plan or action through two previous, or maybe 3 or 4 previous motions. Just understanding where we need to go if this was successful. Yep. And why I'm kind of challenged with trying to support it.
Okay, Ms. Sirhan?
Yes, again, the background information in that first, second agenda item, 5.2.2, lays out the tax revenue, the transfers from restricted surplus, other revenues, and if there was really this financial plan, to approve a financial plan, we would need to break out how much tax revenue is actually going to need to go into restricted surplus, because we're not using it. We're not pulling anything out of restricted surplus for capital projects in this case, and it would only be for till January 7th. So it's a lot of work to just have, to give no direction to administration until January 7th, which, okay, in my opinion, if this capital budget is approved, we know there are items in there that allow staff to be paid, allow dollars to be coded appropriately, and yet how many decisions are going to be made by January 7th on the capital projects? 0? Are you planning on putting out any RFPs before January 7th?
Director Hagan, or Director Hansen?
Yeah, our process really includes that we need to have approval of the minutes, which wouldn't happen until the next scheduled meeting. So until that is the validation, and that's the green light for us.
Okay, Ms. Ryan?
Right. So really approving the capital budget so that it can be considered at the January 7th meeting, it will be in its entirety. And maybe this is just postponing the inevitable, but at least we're following the MGA. And then if something happens at the January 7th meeting that council wants a different capital plan, at least we have time to build one. Or right now, we don't, the roadblocks that are in place for administration is that the end of the year is, imminent, and this motion needs to happen before the end of the year. And to adjust the plan before the end of the year to help council feel comfortable is, in my opinion, unnecessary. I think if we can just get this budget approved so that it could be considered at the January 7th meeting, there's nothing going to happen between now and January 7th.
Councillor Lyon?
And I know that a portion of a previous motion that was passed was for a transfer from restricted surplus to be able to cover a debt that we have outstanding. When does that come due? Is the timeline still going to work to cover that? We don't want to be seen as a bad credit risk as we move forward, because I know there's a lot of other priorities that councillors would like to see addressed too. So,
Ms. Arndt?
Yes, so that second motion was, I believe, moved and approved, so that debt funding has been approved, or the payment of that final debt has been approved, but that happens on June 15th. And the balance of that motion was to move some of that tax revenue to future and current capital projects. So what's behind that motion is all the intricate movements to and from restricted surplus to make up that number. So there would be a lot of details that need to be changed to have that number what it actually is if we change the capital budget. And also, council needs to pass a financial plan and a capital plan, operating plan for several years, which before December 31st. And that's the importance of those strategic planning meetings throughout the whole year. Like, budget should just be a confirmation of the information that administration has gotten from council. The decisions, it shouldn't be making decisions in the final hour or final 2 minutes. It should be making decisions throughout the year so that administration can be prepared to provide the information that's required to have these numbers available, because they make up part of our audit and part of our financial statements.
Go ahead, Councillor Lyon.
thank you, and I do sense with the discussion we've had in the last little bit that some of the discomfort is around the Strategic Planning Committee moving up one project a year. That was relating to the solid waste facility. If for some reason this motion didn't go forward, I would be willing to make a motion that we shift that back to its original configuration where it wasn't funded in 2025, and then that would leave it for a future budget discussion, and maybe give that greater level of comfort to those members that have changed their mind about that project.
Okay. Director Hagan, then I'll go to Deputy Bylaw.
Thank you, and just to further address Councillor Lawhead's question in terms of the restricted surplus transfers and so forth, what's been presented to council today, all of these figures represent a balanced budget as recommended by the Strategic Planning Committee. Any adjustments approved today will throw that budget out of balance without a corresponding following adjustment, and it would all depend on the number of adjustments and the complexity of them. For example, moving the detailed design of the central transfer facility forward a year, I think we could accommodate that today into motions to make sure we stay balanced by the end of the day. If it goes further than that and projects are removed or amounts are changed and so forth, it's going to take time to work that through and figure out what all needs to be adjusted to stay in balance. Does that make sense?
Do you want to follow up?
I don't think so at this moment.
Okay, go ahead. Counselor Cermak.
With all the discussion, I see that there's two things. It's the heated storage that is already being allocated. That money is already sitting there, and it has been for some years. We've been putting away, I think, $2 million a year towards heated storage. We decided that we didn't want to buy another piece of property at committee level. And so we decided to do a vote and move to the north and put it there. I think that was approved. I don't know. I don't know who voted for it, who voted against it. I don't look at that. And then we did the push pit. And I thought that was voted on, and it was passed. So now the big issue is the $275,000 that we're gonna spend in 2025. Now, this isn't me trying to get it around so that I know that I'm clear here. There's gotta be somewhere in our budget that we can cut on one capital project of 200 and some thousand, and I can name probably 5 on one hand that we could cut and have the 275,000. That wouldn't change the budget at all. We would just cut some. Do you want me to name them, or should we skip that and see what we can do?
You're not wrong.
It's pretty simple. I mean, if we're not in agreement that push pit's right, let's say that. And if we say that we don't need the heated storage, let's say that. But we've already decided that we need both of these.
Agreed.
So what's the holdup?
Counselor Lougheed.
And what I had suggested perhaps was, I think we had identified the importance and the priorities on those individual projects. The thing that changed from what I saw from the original proposed budget and that which was debated thoroughly with council was to push that push pit forward an extra year. And so that would create action sooner than later. And I remember the comments being that we've got, you know, some compromises around the existing temporary facility. Is it going to require investment in the near future to be able to keep it safe and serving the community? Or is there the tolerance within the community for that level of decreased service in that particular facility over an extra year or two? So, I mean, I think it's suboptimal, but I'm certainly willing to see that particular project allowed to drift back a year, again, in order to meet the comfort level of those that are questioning the wisdom of that decision.
Okay. Well, in doing so too, we also create a part of a campaign platform for next October as well. So that will be a debate of the next, over the next year as to what that central pit will look like, or central site will look like as well. So even though we can create engineering designs that sit on a shelf, we do it all the time at all kinds of expense. I can think of a few, and I've talked to a few other municipalities and they're like, it's best to have them sitting on a shelf and ready to go than not, because you never know when those grants drop that they are looking for shovel-ready projects. And we've capitalized on a couple of them in the last term, and that was being proactive in that sense. So anyway, I think one got us a base the Leslieville Road got that done. That was a nice to have there. All right, so Councillor Cermak has suggested, and Councillor Lougheed, I think I'm reading between you that you're willing to either cut something in order to keep it forward or push it back to 2026 so what is the balance of council feels? Because it seems like it's in regards to the central waste. That's where I see the easiest way to form a balanced budget at this point in time, unless somebody else has.
The transfers and
We just need to find the $275,000. So if you take it off, we gotta find a way to put it back on, or I believe that's where that's going. So cut a project or find the funds. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I mean, it's out there, I mean. We're looking at 275,000 and this council can't make a decision on that. And I will bend enough to move that back a year. If that's the way that the rest of the council is. I just hate to see us spending money on something that is so temporary and safety issue in my books, and it keeps getting broke into, and we have people out there picking up garbage and everything that needless to be done. I just wanted to move ahead a year so that the prelims could be done, and then we could move ahead. And on January 7th, we can make that determination. If you want to move it ahead, or move it back.
All right, but we do have a motion on the floor that Councillor Ratcliffe has, and that is that council directs administration to create a contingency budget until the interim council approves the capital budget. Now, I do believe that as directed or as suggested from Director Hagan, that that's really not in that purview as far as follows the MGA. So I don't believe we can do that for a capital budget, but I don't know, can we just do a vote on that now? And I hate to have a discussion that's not centered around a motion that we would either want to support or to oppose to, and I would like to maybe deal with this one first and then move on to the next conversation. So I guess I'm going to ask the balance of council. We'll just do a quick vote on this, or have any more comments to this. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, this is a motion that's currently on the floor. The council directs administration to create a contingency budget until the interim council approves capital budget. That's the motion that's currently on the floor.
That's the motion that Councillor Ratcliffe made, yes.
To me, it sort of seems like it's a redundant action. There was a recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee last week to recommend to council budget approval. It's kind of saying the same thing. There was an opportunity last week at Strategic Planning to recommend to council. So all the discussion should have taken place last week. So it seems to be a redundant comment, or maybe an action that's a motion, so I'm not sure the point of it.
So I believe Councillor Ratcliffe's motion is in regards to setting up, and as explained by Director Hagan, doesn't fall within the MGA as far as a capital budget. It should be capital budget should be approved within the year, so, or year end, and Mr. Han has reiterated that. So, but I guess I'll ask Councillor Ratcliffe, do you want us to vote on this, or would you want to rescind your motion? Go ahead.
It's getting very difficult to separate the wheat from the chaff here of arguments that are misunderstood. And this was an attempt, earlier motions, to find a way forward by removing the contentious items from the budget, expecting that they would come back in at a later date were defeated. And this is just an attempt to look at it from the other way of leaving the final decision on the interim council's budget with the interim council. So if there is any suggestions into how we can meet the MGA requirements of having a capital budget and get past this deadlock, how can we modify this to do that?
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and what I had intended when whatever I was talking about before was to do just that. I do recognize, and I hear you loud and clear, that you have some second thoughts about that project. And what I was offering was a way to endorse a budget excluding that particular project in that timeline that was indicated. So pushing it forward into a projected 2026 start to the engineering work, the preliminary work, whatever it is, $275,000 or something in this budget. Taking that specific amount and delaying that project, or putting it back in the same time frame that was originally proposed before the Strategic Planning Committee worked on an earlier solution.
Does that help clarify?
Does that make any sense? I mean, I can frame it any way you want, but I don't think, I understand where you're coming from on this, but I don't think I can support this motion, so. But that, you know, if I'm gonna give you a glimpse into the future, that might be something I would suggest if this was not endorsed by council.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
To move forward. Okay.
So okay, Councillor Ratcliffe withdraws his motion. Would you? So Councillor Lougheed, you may.
Yeah, if it works, I'll try this. I know many of us have tried something in the past. Let's try to find something that finds middle ground on everybody's concern. So I'd suggest that council approves Clearwater County's 2025 capital budget, excluding broadband and excluding the waste transfer station initial work. And then whatever that new total would be through capital reserves and being funded through restricted surplus transfers as well. Is that too vague? What it is essentially what was motion 3, excluding the 2025 work on the waste transfer push pit concept.
The engineering.
The engineering.
Okay. Would you accept a friendly and
Yeah,
just
sure.
put, so yeah, excluding that, but, I guess that would maybe be a follow-up to, I don't want to lose that entirely. To me, it's just like it just goes back from 2025 to 2026.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
just advance
excluding
it.
or altering the timeline,
Yeah.
pushing it, you can look at the timeline or look at the amount. I'm
Yeah,
not sure
true.
which.
That's
Our
true.
motions usually are just talking about an amount.
That's true.
And it's the detail that tells us what those projects are. In this case, it seems to me, or I sense the angst with the budget is the amount of commitment to that particular project doesn't have a full comfort level, or at least more than a 50-50 split. And that becomes a barrier to the balance of the budget.
Okay, Ms. Sarhan?
We can just add to the end of that motion to incorporate an adjustment to move the central station, transfer station, to incorporate this, moving. The central transfer station start to 2026. Yeah, just add that to the original number 3 motion, yeah.
And there would, of course, be adjustments to the numbers that were quoted on that line to
Yes.
to reflect that, those
Yes.
transfers.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor by Councillor Lougheed, looking for comments and questions in that, to the word, on the motion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. While I welcome changes like this to the capital, I even suggested one like this morning. It still incorporates the heated storage to the north, so I will still not be supporting the motion before us.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
My thoughts are very similar. I could consider supporting it if it included the heated storage as well. That's still a significant commitment to further development there.
Okay. Any other further comments or questions in regards to the motion? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I will be in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott.
From what I gathered from that, it sounds like Deputy Reeve would like to make an amendment to this motion. Is that what I heard?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't think that I can, because if it included the heated storage, it would actually be my motion from this morning, and that was already defeated. So I don't think that that can be revisited. Perhaps I'm wrong, but don't think it can be revisited.
Councillor Lougheed. CO Emmons.
Just point of clarification, if I may, the motion from this morning was to exclude, not to postpone.
Oh, okay. No, fair enough. That's valid.
Councillor Lougheed.
Honestly, did not incorporate anything relating to the heated storage, because that was related back to a closed session information and a decision by council that I wasn't part of. So I didn't feel it was proper for me to identify that particular project, because I didn't contribute to that decision.
Okay, thank you. So motion on the floor as to, it would be staff recommendation number 3 with what's written there to incorporate moving the central waste transfer station start to 2026 with numbers being adjusted accordingly. Are there any other further comments, questions on that motion? So I'm going to call the question. Councillor Northcott.
Still got to go back to Deputy Reeve Melhoff's comments. It sounds like there would be an opportunity, maybe for, if there was an amendment to this motion that would appease and that would be on the positive for Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Am I reading that? Am I correct in that statement?
Potentially, but Councillor Lougheed did not accept that he would not accept that as a friendly anyway, because he feels that it was something he wasn't part of, so it wouldn't matter.
I don't think it would ever be a friendly motion.
Yeah, because it's changing the fully intent anyway.
Yeah.
Can be defeated unless you could make something.
And try again.
Okay, try again.
This is good practice. Educational session today.
It's education.
All right. Okay, sorry, Director. Who are you? Murray, the big M.
Okay, just point at me. I'm not the legislative expert here.
Yeah.
But my understanding is technically there's no such thing as a friendly amendment under Robert's rules or our meeting procedure bylaw. I think what I'm hearing Councillor Northcott suggesting is that the option exists for Deputy Reeve Melhoff to suggest an amendment to this motion and then council would vote on whether or not they agree with that amendment. Is that correct?
That's what could happen.
So just to clarify,
Yeah.
take the friendly amendment out of it, and it would go to a vote whether or not it
Yes.
amends it.
For sure. All right. So with that, we're all clear on the motion. Are you going to amend it? Because that's where it's landing.
Yeah, then I'll make the motion to amend this one.
Okay. Counselor Northcott makes a motion to amend. I will call the question then. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's defeated.
Okay. Sorry. So then I guess we'll,
So we can
no,
vote
we'll
on the motion?
proceed with this motion.
For sure.
Okay.
All right, so back to the motion. And so if there's any other comments or questions on this motion? Okay, Counselor Lai?
45 minutes of background information here from the MGA, so if you all want 45, I have another part that's about 30 minutes long, so I could keep this going for some time. No, I'm not
Okay.
going to ask those questions.
Okay. All right. So I will call the question on the motion on the floor, which is that council approves the Clearwater County 2025 capital budget excluding broadband, totaling whatever number adjustments through capital reserve revenues and being funded through restricted surplus transfers to incorporate moving the central transfer station start to 2026. All those in favor? Those opposed? There we go. There we go. So that motion is defeated as a tie. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Let's try another one. Can we simply add to that motion to incorporate moving the central transfer station and heated storage to 2026? And of course, to pass the rest of the budget, capital budget.
CO Emmons.
Yeah, excluding broad.
I believe I understand the intent. It would be a brand new motion, of course. The previous one was defeated, so you wouldn't be adding to this one. It would be a different motion.
Yes, but the wording was pretty well already up there.
Any comments or questions on this motion? I've been struggling with this. Again, it was pointed out to us in regards to the efficiencies of a heated storage. I see it no different in putting fire trucks in a heated storage than putting our waste and our plow trucks in a heated storage. And that's, again, where our services lie right now. So for myself, it makes no sense, but I won't be supporting the motion, so anyway.
Sorry, I missed it.
I will not be supporting the motion. Okay, anybody else? No other lights? I'm going to call the question then. Oh, Councillor Lai?
To save everybody from listening to me drone on, including myself, I didn't bring my earplugs today, and I've heard this all before, so I don't want to keep droning on. Ultimately, I realize this is a barrier for council. I know that this decision will probably be revisited again when we go through the interim council visioning for that new municipality looming ahead of us. And in a sense of cooperation, knowing that this council will be measured on the decisions it makes, not the decisions it doesn't make. I will support this motion to move us forward into the new year and the new municipality, recognizing that I have some concerns that I don't see a reason that we need to delay good things happening in our community.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Cermak?
I can see where you're coming from, Councillor Lahey, but I can't vote on it because we're spending money that we shouldn't be spending when we've got the money already sitting there for the heated storage. It's not even budgeted, it's been sitting there. And now we're gonna spend more money with money sitting there. That's not good fiscal thinking. I could not vote in favor of that and tell my ratepayers that, yeah, you're gonna pay more money because we made a bad decision. I know that we all make bad decisions. I've made lots of bad decisions and I paid for them. But I don't want to see our county pay for a bad decision.
Okay, thank you. So now we're back to the motion at hand, which is that council approves the Clearwater County 2025 capital budget excluding broadband and blah, 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 and adding on to incorporate moving the central waste station, central transfer waste station and the heated storage to start in 2026. Councillor Lahey.
And I do hear what you're saying, Councillor Cermak. I would never classify this as a bad decision. I think we're often faced with good, better, and best. Although I don't believe this is the best decision to make right now, I don't think it's a bad decision either. I think it's kind of a no decision at the moment, but that helps us move a budget forward that I believe is a very good budget that will bring great factors of economic development, will improve the quality of lives in our community. I know that that work plan is something that this administration will embrace, and I think the ultimate outcome will be very good for our community.
Very good, thank you. All right, so now I'm gonna see no more blinky lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay. I'm gonna have to turn this coffee to. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. So with that, we've tried a couple of different ways to find a way to pass this. Perhaps maybe we'll just take a quick 10-minute break and And welcome back. We just had another quick break. And through another defeated motion. So we're trying to figure out a way to find consensus in regards to our 2025 capital budget. So we've tried a few different ways in regards to the central transfer station, the heated storage, and looking at the balance of council, figure out what we would like to recreate now as far as a motion so that we can conclude for the year. So is there an opportunity for a different motion to find consensus around? Because I believe as outlined, there'll be January 7th, we'll have another wholesome discussion in regards to not only this budget, but also the one that Caroline has also will be putting forward. So we'll be consideration of that together with Councillor Barb Gibson through our interim council at that point. And so looking again, like I say, for a motion that would find at least a forward motion, not necessarily need to be unanimous, but we just need to make sure that we get it to the positive. So Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. It didn't work for me to break out departments last time. Are we at a point where we should be going department by department now?
So the question is out there, do we want to go by department, which would entail multiple motions, but go ahead, Director Hagan, maybe you can offer
Maybe I could restate Mrs. Serhan's earlier advice that while you can go that way, you can choose to go that way, each motion not only would need to identify approval for that, but the amount itself and the funding sources and so forth. So we don't have the resources here to work out those numbers today. So it would be extremely cumbersome and time consuming to go that way. And then I would suspect within each department, there may be specific projects that need to be singled out, getting back to Councillor Cermak's comments, that might ultimately end up being project by project. And nor do we have the resources here to accommodate that either.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the suggestion again. Yep, you bet. So I'm looking towards the, I guess, another alternative. If someone has one. How can we get around this decision to get us into the new year? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Ratcliffe, myself, and Councillor Northcott were the no's that got us to where we are today. Councillor Ratcliffe has tried to move us in a forward direction. I have tried to move us in a forward direction. I would love your suggestions on moving us in a forward direction, Councillor Northcott.
Okay.
Thanks for the question. Absolutely, to direct us in a forward, and I've made many comments and I've brought many statements forward at strategic planning sessions in the past. They didn't get the majority or consensus of the majority of the committees at those times.
Excuse me.
But
Sorry, came out of nowhere.
I brought those items of concern forward, whether it's community halls, water and sanitary, and the light industrial area, Caroline, emergency services buildings. many things in the past I've brought forward, right, and they didn't reach consensus, so, which that's what council's about, right? The investment in broadband, like, I'll say that, I think it's probably the third or fourth time, but everything is, you know, has a relationship, whether it's capital or operating or broadband, they all go through this organization, right? And that's a massive investment in broadband, and the annual investment that's needed for the operating and maintenance cost, which is a loss to the municipality year over year that was shown in the, so, you know, if the broadband, you know, it was approved, right? So I may have had a, if that item was defeated, I might have had a different perspective, but it was passed, and it made a commitment to this municipality with a, you know, tens of millions of dollars. So my stance is, I think there's, personally, I think there's other priorities that could, where those dollars and cents could go, for the benefit of the region and residents. So I'm going to maintain my stance at this point.
Okay. So what you have just, let me just, I want to, so because the broadband got approved, you're not moving your position on the remainder of the projects of the county, because that's kind of what I just heard. No? Yes, Councillor Northcott?
Basically, yeah, because everything is related in one way or another. This municipality, whether it's operating or capital, everything is, does have a relation to one another. So, and it's not like it's 200,000. It's tens of millions of dollars, and the millions of dollars annually committed to the annual operating and maintenance costs. Like it's not a small ticket item. So that's my thoughts.
All right. Deputy Meloff, since you asked the question, I'll go to you, and then I'll go to Councillor Lyon.
Sure thing, thank you. So we voted on that completely separately, operating and capital. So you were not movable on this regardless of what happened, regardless of what motion was made here today. You are a no, regardless. So thank you for clearing that up.
Councillor Lyon?
Thank you, and I just want to make it clear that this entire budget, as proposed, was funded through restricted surplus and operating revenues. There was no mention of increasing taxes to do this. And I believe, as far as, I know you've mentioned several times about how broadband will be a revenue negative. I think I remember seeing a business plan that showed that at a fairly early part in that utilities business plan, that it would become revenue positive, in that the revenues from that would exceed the operational costs, and then that would move onwards, creating opportunities to expand the capital part of that system in the future as well. That's part of, I think, our well-publicized business plan relating to broadband. That is not taking into account the economic development factors and the quality of life factors, the ability to support education, the ability to support the businesses we have presently in the county as well. So I think what is done with that utility is the true benefit of that utility as we move forward. It opens up the possibilities, like Lacombe County has, of bringing in billions of dollars of investment and making us very favorable for those kinds of investments. We have many of those resources that those data centers are looking for here. We have the natural gas. We have interest in building power generation facilities, and you tie those two together and you can get a good economic development factor of bringing in businesses that support not only the people that work there, but the communities that build around those. So I think the long-term investment, and I think the reason we're making those hard decisions now, and the reasons we have been vetted out fully by 2 other levels of government, professionals in that field is that this is a sound project moving forward and it will benefit our community. Again, we have no assurances that that will be the way it is, but our best projections, our most conservative projections, I believe, show that the broadband project will be operationally positive in the near future. We're not there yet, but we haven't built the final mile of this system yet, where you actually start to connect people up, and that was what was in this part of the budget. So
Thank you.
I forget where I was going with that. Anyway, that's part of my 30 minutes.
30 minutes. All right, so I've had time to consider and over the break, and so I'm going to, make a motion to reconsider a motion. I'm trying to look at my notes again. To reconsider the last motion, being as how as I was on the opposite side of that motion, I will want to reconsider my vote, I guess, or change my vote. I'm looking to you, Ms. Haight, for direction on this so that I can do this in the proper way in the shortest amount of time.
So if there's a counselor that would like to bring a motion back for reconsideration, it would be that counselor that was in the prevailing vote.
Right.
And if that motion passes to reconsider, then the original motion comes back to the floor and council debates and discusses and takes another vote.
Okay. So being as I was in that prevailing group, the last motion, and it was defeated, and I was on if I want to reconsider that, my vote.
Yes.
So I make the motion to.
It would be the counselor who voted against the motion. Okay.
Okay, so I make a motion to reconsider the motion previous.
And it has to be the original motion that
Yep.
was presented.
Yep, the original motion was to put the central transfer station and heated storage into 2026, that motion. Okay, all but there.
And then the motion to reconsider must pass.
Okay. So I will make that motion. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
On that last motion, is that 2/3 or is that unanimous that it has to be? 2/3. Thank you.
Okay.
So this is just the motion to reconsider.
Yep, this is just a motion to reconsider. Okay. So I make the motion to reconsider. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, it's passed. So then, again, I would like to, like some guidance, Ms. Haight. Now, does the original motion, the person that made the original motion then makes the original motion again, or can it be a different counselor to make that motion?
Be a different counselor. It can be, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll make the original motion. So the original motion is, as Councillor Lougheed said in the last one, just like copy and paste. That would help you.
I didn't make the motion.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Sorry.
No, it was Neil. Sorry, Councillor Radcliffe.
Sorry, Councillor Radcliffe, there you go.
I did the one this morning, he did the one this afternoon. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Councillor Radcliffe.
Sorry, my apologies. Whoever it was, it's been one of those afternoons. Okay. So I make the motion to, as presented, go ahead, Ms. Haight.
Perhaps maybe it would be best if the motion was read out, just
Sure,
so that everybody.
absolutely. Is clear? I agree. Jana, could you please read out the motion, please?
That council approves Clearwater County's 2025 capital budget excluding broadband totaling $47,569,355. Funding of $10,849,300 through capital revenues and $24,000,000 $579,596 being funded through restricted surplus transfers to incorporate moving the central transfer station and heated storage start to 2026.
Thank you. And I would imagine those numbers will slightly change, so, but yes. Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none? Oh. Go ahead. If you're gonna. go,
I'll
Counselor
state the
Lloyd?
same reasons I did when it came before, although I don't believe this is the best of those solutions. I recognize that there's good work to be done in this budget, and I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Counselor Cermak?
I will not be voting in favor of this, but democracy rules, and if this council votes in favor of it, I am behind this council.
Thank you.
I just want my voice heard that I think that we're spending money that we don't need to be.
Okay, thank you. All right, just to reiterate here, I've had a fresh second thought during the break, and in order to move this going forward, I feel that there'll be some more discussion that will happen once the interim council is in place. So I look forward to that. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
That's why you're our leader. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. So that's.
Yay, budget.
There we go. So looking across the room, is there any other items that we have forgotten today? No?
Sorry, don't we have to pass a 3-year financial plan? That's in the NGA stuff you sent us.
Go ahead, Director Hagan.
That is incorporated, all those attachments are there, so by the resolutions that you have here, it is implied and inclusive of the budget being as part of those financial plans as well. So I feel comfortable that you've passed the 25 budgets in several different motions, and with some adjustments, we'll flow those through to the financial plans, which are just projections, not budgets as well. So I believe you've covered the bases, even though they're not specifically mentioned.
Supplementary?
Yeah.
Last year was a separate motion for the 3-year. And this year it's implied that in voting for this, we're voting for the future budget, the future financial plans?
They are attached to the agenda item that were provided as part of
Yeah.
the information for 2025. If you feel more comfortable, you have every right to make a motion accordingly.
But is the last motion that was now just passed implying that we are in favor of the 3-year financial plan? Because if it is, I rescind my vote. Last year we got to do it separately.
So with that, could I ask that once we get into the January 7th discussion with the Caroline budget before us, that there will probably be a more consideration on the 4-year financial plan at that point in time? I would imagine we will get, have many more amendments to our 4-year financial plan going forward, but that's the way I looked at it versus having something separated. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Maybe it was it obviously was my misunderstanding, just because last year I know that we voted on them all separately. In the interest of moving us forward, we can discuss this further with the newly formed municipality in January, to not belabor it, but I did not understand that to be in an all-inclusive thing. So my mistake, and I'll make sure I watch that going forward.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, so looking at the agenda, okay, Councillor Lougheed.
Sorry, just so I keep it clear in my mind, we are required to project into the future. We're not required to create a balanced budget for those years? Is something changed in this? I know we're always to look forward and see what's upcoming, so we start to, a very proactive council that we've been, an organization that we've been. There are a number of restricted surplus that help ease those fluctuations as we move into those budget years, but we're not really required to forward balance our budget into the future, or are we? I just need to understand that.
Director Hagan?
Thank you. I think you stated it very accurately, Councillor Lougheed. Council is required to approve budget for the upcoming year and provide projections. That's what the MGA requires. They are just projections, they're estimates. Council nor the county are bound by those projections, and we've seen they change over time, and that's why we're looking at a year at a time for the actual budget, because so much can change in a year going forward. So they are simply projections, estimates into the future for additional information supplementary to the approved budget.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Haight?
Perhaps if it pleases council, we could bring up the December, I do believe it's December 19th, 2023 minutes. And during that meeting, there was just motions to, there wasn't a separate motion to approve the financial plan.
Oh, then that's my mistake, because I was sure there was. I even brought it up last week in strategic planning that there was a separate, that we would be asked to approve the financials. And nobody told me then it wasn't done, that it was done all together.
We can review the minutes from last year if you like.
Like I said, it's my mistake then, and I'll make sure I watch that more closely.
Okay. So, I think there's, that the four-year plan, it's in regards to the four-year plan, keep on rolling up.
Four-year financial and capital plan separate, in a separate motion.
In principle. Okay.
So it was done separate.
Yeah, that's, yep.
Okay. All right. So thank you for, we'll bring this up in January 7th with the interim council. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I was just going through here that the information from the MGA did seem to indicate that they were separate to me, but I think we've covered it.
Okay. All right. So with that, we are now at item 8, which is the adjournment. And just before we adjourn, I think we'd like to wish a Merry Christmas and all the best to 2025 to our county residents. And may, with the new addition, the new new municipality of Clearwater County, shiny and bright, 2.0. So anyways, wishing you well and looking for a motion to adjourn. Okay, would you like to do that last month? Thank you, Councillor Northcott. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. Thank you once again.